Hello and welcome to day 76. We're back, get another live stream, and hopefully today we're going to be wrapping up the... sorry, day 77. Days are eluding me, but hopefully we're going to be wrapping up this calculator project. As you can see here, we're greeted with the sight that really saddens me. But you know what? Because there are awesome and wonderful people in this world that, at times, may know more than us. I've had the wonderful Virani reach out to me and help me solve the little issue here in a CodePen. So, I'm gonna go and check that out and see what changes were added or made. Have a look. This eluded us for a good part of, what, half an hour or so yesterday? It seems Virani came up with the solution. That looks absolutely wonderful. So what did they change? Find out. Let's see, was anything changed in main? Flex center, 100%, yeah. So nothing changed in main, nothing changed in calculator. Doesn't look like anything changed in display. And I don't think it would have touched the LCDs. Anything changed in the button? Display flex, column for the buttons. No, buttons didn't change. How about the buttons themselves? 25, 50, 0, pixel lineup center. Yeah, that didn't change. What did change, however, button 0 just got a bit of a facelift. Yeah. Button add seems to also have changed, with a bit of width being added. What else? What else do we have? Section 4 changed as well. Section 4's button has changed as well. Oh, Virani! I just... Oh my god, it's brilliant! Bullshit! Yes, that's exactly what it is! Bullshit! I can't! Oh god! Oh god, I can't! Oh my god! This is brilliant! Oh my god. Oh, wow, Virani. I gotta make a post about this now. The structure is different, yeah. I'll check it. I'll check that out now. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, thank you. That made my day. Oh, I needed that. Oh, brilliant. I gotta get this out. Okay, done. Get back to this. Ah, wow. That. Hey, Benjamin. Okay. Yeah, because you were gone and I didn't really know what changed in this. So I was just going through with them. I think I got all the changes. I need to also... Oh, still laughing inside. That was... It was amazing. Let me undo these changes that I made. Part of your one? No. No, you didn't have a buttons for. That's mine. This is mine too. Oh god, my. Okay, so the layout changed, huh? They kept section 1 the same. Kept section 2 and 3 the same. Section 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. There. So that becomes a new section 4. No section 5 needed. I think that's it. I'm missing a div, maybe? Opening, opening, closing, closing? Another div I accidentally removed. I removed a div, yeah, so I just gotta make sure whatever. I'm probably missing a change somewhere here. You have buttons? Yeah, flex and column. Buttons button? Do you have a buttons button? You do, 2550. So wasn't that. That. Hold on. Button add and 0? Oh, I didn't add the bullshit, obviously. Did I add section 4? Where's your section 4? Oh, I didn't. Paste the entirety of section 4. Oops. Hold on, I'm missing something. Section 4, that's yours. Section 4 button, that's yours. Shit. I'm gonna just copy the entire div structure in case I accidentally missed something. Better be safe than sorry. Like I missed something. What did you change? What am I missing? Did you update? Didn't look like you updated anything else. Hold on. Not body. You didn't touch main from what I could see. Select center, center 100%. Yeah, so it's not main. You didn't touch calculator. Touch display. You didn't touch display. Did you touch LCD? No, you didn't. buttons. Nope. Buttons. Button. 25%. 50. Okay, it's not that. Button 0. Here's button 0. What the hell? Added in everything you did. That's weird. Wait, did you change something on this side? No, you didn't. Copy the entire CSS. It still doesn't work. Oh my god! Copy the entire CSS. Copy the entire HTML. You know what? I think it might be. Oh god. It might just be glitched. Might just have to reload the page. Go and reload it quick. There we go. Yeah, I was glitched. So if you ever have this thing where CodePen is not displaying what you want it to display, it's because it just crapped itself. There we go. Baroni, this is amazing. Look at you. But is it responsive? Look at that, even on an iPhone 6. But it doesn't get bigger. But I guess I have to... That's fine. That's for me to solve. You just got it to work in the Flex. Okay, let's see. How would we turn this responsive now? It was... the display needs to get bigger, obviously. Main thing is a display. Wait, what is this housed in? This is housed in the calculator, if I remember correctly. So the calculator needs to obviously scale in order for the everything else to get bigger. No, it won't be that. It's because there's no, you see here? The width is static. So what we're gonna do is set it to... Thing is, you also don't want it to be too big. You don't want it to be too big. So should we do 60% of the view width, maybe? Nice and big? Yeah! Look at that. Woohoo! Amazing. Nice and fat calculator. But right now, wait. That's still my layout? Yeah, this is still my layout. Okay, so the height now needs to happen. Let's get over it. Wait, so we could probably set height here as well, can't we? So if it's an aspect ratio, right? It needs to be... The calculator needs to be taller than it is wider. Wait, it's not the height. Oh, it's not the height, right? We don't set height in the calculator, we only care about width. The buttons, right. They are hard-coded. This one, 50 pixels. I don't know, like 10 view height? Holy shit! Why did it break? Why is the plus not... Oh, it didn't break. Okay, but let's get a... Let's get a... Too much. We need a... Change it. Yeah. No, I know that. I'm first trying to figure out... We need a max height here, first of all. What is the maximum height we're willing to go to? Oh yeah, view height, not view width. Sorry. That's better. Is this even doing anything? The max height? Oh, it is. So we can either have a max height of, you know, something, We just got to figure out what the max is we're willing to work on. Because imagine having a 4K screen and this scales to like the full width of your screen. That won't look good. I'm going to leave it at 100 pixels for now. And then the button add. I wonder if we can inherit. So we're going to do max height here of 100. Oh wait, it needs to be double. Whatever we set as the max height, it needs to be double. Or height, so it needs to be double that, right? So 20 view height. Why doesn't that look right? Is it because of the max now? .384 wide by 200. Hold on. Oh, it's relative to. We need to really rename that, huh? Not to the. We can't. How do we undo that? That's for add. Is this? That change? Oh, those, right. Okay, so I need to use a percentage instead, huh? So what would that be? Like 50%? The max height doesn't change anything here. Oh, it needs to be 100? Alright! Look at you! 100% of that bullshit. I can't! Stop! Okay. Okay, cool. Now the only issue is obviously it's too wide. So we need to now adjust our calculator again. Either that or make it longer. Wait, so to make it longer we just change the buttons height, right? So then there should be 20. I'm gonna scale this to 100% on my browser. Wait, this is 100% on my browser. Okay, cool. So let's see the max that we want this to be. Okay, so it's still too wide, right? So we're gonna have to shrink it a bit. So we're gonna have to change the calculator. You really need to change that input height. Which input height? This is a nice thick boy, huh? Yeah, what is this? Because I like this. I like this being the max size. But I want them to be more squared. What are we dealing with? 128 by 89. 120 by 83 height. Change the display. I mean display. Oh, you mean the display at the top? Oh, that's what you're talking about. Yeah. How do we get these to be perfectly square? If I'm using 15 view width for that, I'm gonna have to use 15 view height for the buttons, right? So 15, and then they should be perfectly squared. That didn't seem to change anything. Oh, is that because of the max height? There you go. Okay, so we have one issue now. This. Something wrong with 0 and... yeah, I see that. Well, it's more the plus here, isn't it? The button... where's button 0? Wait, what? Where's button 0? There it is. 1066.66 and section 4's button is 1033. I assume that makes 100%. Those two, huh? Oh, it's the max height I set here. That's what's messing with this. There you go. Aren't they aligned perfectly? Don't they look perfect? Oh, you mean there, right? Talk about there, huh? I see that. How did I solve that yesterday? Can't remember. But you know what solves it? Add more 3s. And add more 6s. I think I'm joking. Look at that! You think I'm a madman, but I'm really not. But my OCD is gonna get me if this is not in the same line. Ah, there you go. See? Perfectly aligned now. Added more 3s and 6. I did the same thing. What, adding more 3s and 6s? It's got to do with how close you can round it up to, because remember you need 100%. And 66 plus 66.66 plus 33.33 gives that 0.1, which is not perfect. You know what I mean? You have to like keep going, and the more digits there are, the more accurate it is. Freaking stupid. But I think it's as good as it's gonna get, right? Looks to be good. Oh, they actually are 67.05. Look at that. In height. And 96 times 2. I have a... Yeah, it's 192. There, it's perfect now. Perfect. Make it a third and 2/3. How do you do that? Can you do that? But it's actually perfect. If you look at the numbers that it registers at, by the way. 96 times 2 is 192. Let's use our calculator to make sure. 96 times 2. 192! Oh, my calculator! I'm kidding. Okay. Okay, but this isn't... Wait. What happened there? In that brief moment, you see it's like resizing. Did you see that? I'm triggered by the display. Stop! Ignore it! I'm gonna remove it. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this now. Now you can't be triggered. Oh god. Now you can't be triggered. How about that? There, you can't be triggered now. You can't be triggered by what doesn't exist. Does it bother you, Verani? I have a problem though. When we're resizing this at... Oh god, Verani. We have a problem, Verani. This can be solved with minimum height though, yeah? Okay, we'll solve this with minimum height. So, what are the changes that we need? It's buttons, min height, let's say, I don't know, 100 pixels, right? 50 pixels for the minimum height. Make it percentage, but what will percent? Why not view height, view width? Oh, because then it won't keep scaling as you do that, right? Okay. So what, 15%? Isn't that gonna be a whole lot smaller? Yeah. Oh, you mean make it what is it scaling off? 100% height of what? That's what I'm confused on. What is the parent of buttons? Buttons parent is calculator. But every time I set a height there, it doesn't work. Check. Height, 300 pixels. You see what I mean? All it does is shift the calculator up. Doesn't actually change the height. I hate that. Oh, it's... Relative to root? Main? What? Yeah, I had this issue before. What? What's REMs? What's 100 REM? Jesus. What are REM units? I've never worked on them before. Jesus! What is REM? Why is it so big? Too small? Getting better? Getting better? Best. 5 REM. There we go. So we want 5 REM by 5 REM. 5 by 5. Is it like the band? REM? I think I did once. We know pixels. That I know. M? We're doing REM though. What's M? Computed font size of the element's parent. Oh, so it's based on the element's parent. So if I set the font size on calculator to be 16, then 1M is 16. So it's just a multiplier. So 2M's will be 32, right? Is that how M's will work? It's a multiplier of the font size. That's cool. Relative, not to the parent but the root, but it says element's parent. Oh, is REM different? Where's REM? Oh, relative to the root HTML element, not to the parent. Okay, that is, if font size of the root element is 16, then 1 REM equal to 16 pixels for all elements. But this could potentially be disastrous if they set their font size. So we might want to use M instead of REM and then set a font size in our calculator. What do you think? This is pretty cool, dude. What problem is there in the pixel section? Not a good user experience. I always confuse them. Okay, M may be better. But REM will scale to the root. Okay, let's stick with REM, it's fine. Okay, so 5 REM, 5 REM. Cool. Then button add needs to be oh, that's fine. But why is it like this now? Is it this? No. You? Kind of. Yeah, it is you. I'm gonna touch the woods there, watch me, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. One. So 1. Oh, for shrink and grow. It didn't change anything. Badly. I think it might be something else. Is it the widths, maybe? Shouldn't be the width. And it's not this thing, is it? Whoopsie. If I change this to 50. It's kind of affected by this width. Do you see this? Yeah, you also saw that. Yeah. Bullshit. What do I bullshit? Are you raging again? Oh god, 65%. 60%. We're gonna play until we get it right. 55. Oh. Oh god, please don't tell me. Oh, Barani, look. Barani, look. 58.5. Perfect. Not aligned. I'm just playing. I'm gonna change it back. So what do we change? Oh, you mean it's... Wait, what? What makes it bad? How can I make it smaller? You only have display flex and flex wrap wrap. You mean I must actually set a width here of like 50%? My god. You mean like this? Please don't tell me this is what we have to do. I don't even know how that works. I don't know how 83.5. Oh my god, they're not the same. I'm gonna cry. Maybe it's REMs. I must change the width in REMs, is that what you're saying? Hey, I got it, look, 83.35. Except for this one. Oh my god. Go back to view height, view width. Okay, let's go. Don't know how far back to go now. Okay. Height 15 view height. Width. Where's the width? Width 15 view height. Cool. What happens if we make it smaller? Looks bad, but that's because of the minimum heights we haven't introduced yet. So now, I guess our minimum can be 50 pixels. For height versus... Wait, not there. That does not look like 50 pixels to me. I think it's the width overall. Yeah. Okay, so we got a minimum width of 380 pixels. Right. Cool, good stuff. Looks to be good. Great stuff. Okay, so we solved that. Problem now is it needs to get bigger. Oh, it's based on view height, by the way, I didn't realize that. There needs to be a max height as well. Okay, only issue now, these aren't perfectly square again. Hold on, I thought I solved that. These are 90 by 61.05. They're not squares. Why? Why you do this? Width 15, view width. Oh, it's because of freaking view width and view height. Those will never be the same. How do we fix it? Virani, please. What other option do we have? Other than breakpoints. I have no idea. You get what the issue though is? My width is larger than my height because of my aspect ratio, so my width will always be larger than my height for the buttons. So that will never work. I'm fine with it. Are you though? How can you be fine? Ugh. Set the button size. Yeah, but then I have to manually specify it. Breakpoints, huh? Screw it, let's just do breakpoints. Whatever. Do breakpoints. Let's just do nothing. Screw you. Can't do that. Buttons, right? Oops. What's going on now? What happened here? What is 25% of? How does setting the width more give it... Oh my god, okay. Flexbox. Why is it 95 wide? Your fault? No, it can't be your fault. Can't be the bullshit either, can it? Yeah. Can't be the LCD. Oh wait, what happened to display? Oh, because that's gonna bother you if I bring it back. Well, I bothered you anyway before, so whatever. Oh, hold on. That's why. The buttons. Width of 25%. Width of what? Oh, okay, 4 buttons. I got it. So if our width is 380 divided by 4, that means our buttons need to be 95. I got it. I got it. I'm a boss. 95 pixels. Nailed it. By 95 pixels. Nailed it. And we need to set our calculator to 380 pixels. We did that. Because 95, forgive the broken calculator, times 4, 380. Why do you hard code it? Because I'm gonna use I am going to use, what do you call it now? Can't think. CSS media queries. Because we couldn't get it right with view height or width or anything else. And I'm just going to stick to what's simple, which is media queries. All we do for different device sizes, we just change the calculator width and the button size, that's all. Literally that's it. Problem solved. But we're gonna have to go to... Okay, if this is 380, what's causing this to be 489? Section 1. Can't be section 1. We didn't have a section 1. Wait, it shouldn't be min width, it should be width of 380. There we go. Problem solved. See? Barani? Beautiful. Look at that. Stunning. It works. 95 times 2 is 190. See? Everything works. Beautiful. I love it. And then we'll set media queries for breakpoints and whatever. Why is it doing this? No. It is not allowed to do this. What causes it to do this? Oh, minimum width. Wait, but if I set width to 380... You're not allowed to go smaller than that. Okay, there, that solves it. It's the shrink that you added. Is this still 95? Sweet, yeah. So I had to add min width. There we go. Perfect. Not that anyone's gonna have such a tiny device. I think it's because held a message for reasons, because you said a very naughty word there. Hard coded. Hey Virani, let's see if you notice this. Ooh. Let's see if he'll notice. Maybe he won't notice. Maybe his perception is too low. Oh, got a pug there. You got a sword! You can fight enemies and slay bugs. Welcome. I'm going to ban everyone now. Oh, wonderful. Of course. Always around. And it means you can deal with, you know, taking out the trash while I focus on writing the code. Okay, so media queries. Quickly get this done, so it's over and done with. I have it in one of my previous ones, one of my other projects. I think this one? Yeah. Okay, so we have our media queries here. Extra small devices starting from 400 pixels. So we are gonna have, what are we gonna have here? Okay, we just gotta make the changes that we need to make. Look at that. God. That Bruce Almighty. It is. Is that how you feel right now? I did, I looked at it! I feel you trolling me. I've got the power! Okay, come. Focus! We need calculator, okay? We need calculator. That needs to change. What else did we change? And there was just buttons, I think. Because you set everything in a flex with percentages, we're saved. So all that needs to change are these two things. Look at us. There we are. Okay, so we're going to make it really small to begin with. I guess we should... We said the minimum device we're going to support... Well, let's see the smallest device there is. Something like really tiny. Where's the 380? Whatever. 380 by like 240. It was 240 by 380, wasn't it? It was a 240 by 380. Something like that. Remember those old school phones? I think I got the resolution right. Jesus, I can't code in this. But for this to work, we need to change our base sizes. So calculator needs to become... It was 240 by 320, wasn't it? I'm just trying to remember. It was 240 wide. Yeah. So... $240, there we go. And then all that needs to change is the buttons. So 240 divided by 4 gives us 60. There we go. Look at that. See? Like a boss. And now let's... Why is it still not perfect? How do we center the entire thing? Hold on. It is already centered. Why is it not centered though? You know what I mean? 240 by 320. 320 by 240. Wrong way, sorry. What the fuck? I think that's right. I feel sorry for whoever's got a device that small. I'm just saying. Why am I seeing this star? I don't want to see this. Oh, because they have media queries as well. I've got an idea. I've got an idea. Change the view to full page. And now we can do this. 320 by 240. Am I confusing it again? Or is it 240 by 320? Yeah. This way. It's not centering it. Too small. Okay. Not a problem. That means we need to change the calculator to 200. And then the buttons are just going to be 50. There we go. So if I reload this, kind of better. Who has such a small device? Do I? Okay, you know what? We're gonna go all out. We're gonna go all out. What's 150 divided by 4? 37. I don't like that. We're gonna go 120 divided by 4. We're doing this for the ants out there. Ants need calculators, okay? Ants' lives matter. And they need to be able to do maths and stuff. So there we go. Calculator for ants, ladies and gentlemen. Looks amazing. Love it. Honestly, it's incredible. It's truly an inspiration. There we go. And now we need to go up more. So the next one is a minimum width of 400 pixels. What's the logical jump from there? If it's 120, I did say 120, right? 48, no? 30, 60, 90, yeah I did. So it was 30 and 30. What's the next logical jump? from 320 to 400. 140 divided by 4, 35. Whoopsie, broke it. Boom. Perfect, done, save, reload. Show me my calculator for ants. Love it. Oh, it's so beautiful. Stunning. Wonderful. Why is it not centered though? Bothering me. Why is it not centered though? Pepega, why don't you center? Why don't you love me? Main, hello. Align items, center. Justify content, center. What if I do min height 100%? Doesn't work that way. 100 view width. I see. No idea, whatever. Okay, so after 320, by, I don't know, 240 by 320, that was the width. Next width is going to be 400 width. Okay. We could go a bit bigger, I guess. Let's push for 160. Well, we should have a fraction though. Let's do some quick maths, guys. If we want to use actually no, it's fine. 160 divided by 4 gives us 40. That's going to be our next breakpoint. That's a bit better. Cool. Like it. Next breakpoint in my list of breakpoints is the 600 pixel one for iPhone people. See, don't think I don't ever care about media queries. I do. And then we literally just copy and paste this again and change values. See how easy it is. Media queries are fun. So from 160 we're going... What's after 160? It's 600 pixels minimum width. 400 pixels are already covered. We could do double this. 160 and a half. So do 240. Do 240 by 240. And then you just take 60 for the buttons. That's a minimum width of 600. So if I go 599, you won't see it. You go 600. Wait, is this width now? We're doing width or height? That's min width. Oh, it's because I didn't. Okay, I didn't reload the page with the changes. So 499 is fine, 500 is fine, 599 is fine, 600 is like boom. Okay, only issue I have is this is supposed to be 100% of my view height. Wait, what if that's minimum height? What if I do height 100 view height? What then? What happens then? Oh, we'll never know. Because why is it pushing like that? 567. By 330 for my height. That's my width. 330 is my height. Oh, because I didn't update my device's height, obviously. This would be in a... Okay. 600 would probably have a higher height, width or something. Yeah, okay, never mind. It is fine. So that looks fine. I like that. What's next? What's next? Medium devices. Gotta love your medium devices. And we're just gonna copy this again. So we went from 240, that's like a 300 pixel jump. Shouldn't we logically also jump 300 pixels? So we go 540? I think that's good. 540. And that's 135. Why does that suddenly look weird? Okay, why is that starting to look weird now? 540 divided by 4 is 135, but it's starting to look just strange. That's if we get to 900 width. Wait, what? Min width of 900 pixels, yeah. Oh, there you go. And you'll probably have like 100 or whatever. I jumped too much, I think. So we are only gonna jump from... I don't know how much to jump by, that's the thing. From 400 to 600, we jumped 80 pixels. We jump 80 pixels again. 240 to 320. This is way too big. And then that will leave us with 80 for width. 80, not 8. There we go. Then save that, so then this should be a bit more manageable. Yeah, that looks groovy. This was very specific. I probably don't need a lot of these media queries. Might like end up dropping some. These are for laptops. Laptops are pretty big. I think I'm gonna stick with like the main main widths that people use. So we went from 320. If we're going 80 again, that puts us at 400 and 100 pixels. It's slowly starting to get on the big side, but we'll play around. Don't mock the calcu land Antor. The calculator for ants. Yes, here. Look at that. Beautiful. Look at my calculator for ants. It's amazing. You're just jealous. It's okay though. I understand. So we got responsive going for us. It's looking good. Boom. What was I doing? Did I do this? I did it, didn't I? 400, 400, 100, yeah. So 1024. I think it went a bit too big though. I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest. This will be bigger. 1024 by 800, if I'm not mistaken. Those are the old resolutions for PCs and whatnot. I mean, it's a bit on the big side, isn't it? It's like strange when you think about it. Apps. I mean, you can resize them. I wonder if I should have added resizable. Ah, and then you resize the thing. You know what's funny? You can't resize the calculator on Windows. Did you know that? It's a bit too big now. Like, I don't know about you guys, but it's a bit too big for me. What do you think? It's weird though. So I'm gonna scale it down. I think this is gonna be our max width. And we're gonna change the min width to whatever container it fits perfectly. Let's drop it to, shall we do 300? And then that is 75 if I'm not mistaken. 75 by 75. 75 times 4. Yeah. That's like, I think, as big as I want to go. That's 70? That's 100. What happened? Oh, didn't I save? I did save. Why is it 100? What's going on? Weird. Alright, let me check something. I'll be back now. Give me a moment. Alright, back. So I think I'm happy with this. This is going to be the largest we end up going to. So we just have to scale the others accordingly. Still got to figure out why this is showing 100. Oh, there you go. 75. Cool, perfect. Let's go to Pomodoro. Stop! I'm far from complete, Virani. The fun part is going to come now. For once, I'm actually going to try create something from the real world. The real world. Just hold on. What did I jump? It was 240 to 320, so it's got 80 less, right? So how do we scale this down? Should we go 40 pixels down? So from 300 we go 260? 260, as long as that's evenly divisible by 4, which it is, it should be 65. The 260, 65. This is fun. You love CSS. Don't lie to me. 220, right? 220. And then the buttons are... You're learning maths as well. 55. Okay, so let's just check these breakpoints real quick. 600, 900, and 1024. So 600, 900, and 1024. Perfect, love it. That looks good. So 300, 260. So we're just going in 40 pixel increments down. I realized, Virani, it would never work with view height, view width, percentage and everything, because you end up with a massive calculator. Like even on my screen, this is as large as it's gonna go. 300 pixels wide. It just looks too big. There's some things that you just can't scale, you know what I mean? I learned that I'm going to be without hot water for 2 weeks. Seriously? That sucks. Just don't shower for 2 weeks. Shower at work or shower at a friend's place. Why? Are they replacing pipes or something? It's every year. Is it maintenance? Must be a good reason. 180. And this should be 45 at 400 pixels. Every year there's a maintenance. 2 weeks. Dude, you should be lucky. Like, we get no maintenance that regularly. They must really like dig the place or something to get that much maintenance. Why does it need that much maintenance? Is it just general to keep things like going clean? That's really good though. If you don't want that, come live here. Maybe they do maintenance here when things break. That's about the only time. There we go. So 180. So for this to be perfect, it needs to be 140. 140 and 35. How close are we to 140 and 35? $140 and 35. There we go. Save. So if we are on 320 pixels wide, at 320, there you go, 300. Looks good, huh? Look at my calculator, fans. Beautiful. It's perfect. I love it. Virani, any things you can test or help me test that might break this calculator now, at least in function? Because I think I've got the fractions down. If I go point when there's already a 0, it's going to give me 0.0. 0.00 gives me 0. So I think I've got it down. Is there any other case? Point minus? Wait. Point minus 5. Oh, it ignores the point because there's no number. You get -5. It's just, I know it doesn't matter to you, but I generally like to create things that are bug free. It's like a habit that I have in me. I want to make sure that everything I create works as intended. I just want to make sure this is all working the way it should. Before we proceed. I might end up changing the fonts. Yeah, so what now? So in my resolution, or higher, this is the largest it will get. It's fine. The display, enough digits. So I might end up making obviously the display bigger. The display obviously has to change, it has to get bigger. I think it's just the LCD. Or is it? No, it's a display. So we could scale display, I think. Display is a height of 30. Let's see what works best for this. A bit too big, isn't it? Let's go by eye. I think that might still be a bit too big, huh? Should be twice as big as the buttons, I'd say. Oh, but that would make it then bigger than what it already is. Shall we do 80, 70? 70 looks good. What do you think? And then obviously scale the font in there, but I mean overall, the LCD looks about right. $70 should be fine. Unless... we'll make it as big as the buttons, I wonder now. I'm gonna make it as big as the buttons. So we add display. Display's height. All of that. And they must be as big as the buttons. Height 45 pixels. Height 55 pixels. Why is it like stuck to the top? I know why. Height 65. And then height 75. So whatever it is down here, 35, display needs to be 35. I think it's 30. Yeah, there we go. Sweet. So this should look good on all of them. Yeah. Great stuff. Okay, we got our display, we got our buttons. Now we're going to begin styling it. Should be able to fit all the big buttons in here, all the big calculations. Yeah. Okay, now the best way to test this is going to be for font size. We will take 999999999 times 9999999, get the largest number so that it overflows, triggers the overflow. Then we will times that by 9999999, which will give us 44. So this will just keep growing a few times. So as long as we give a bit of room for that, we know now what our max size is. We could theoretically fit in more, do you say digits? But if the output is not gonna be more, what does Windows do? It does the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It actually ends up surprisingly displaying almost 30 digits. So there's a way that we can display that, but I don't want to mess around with that. It's supposed to be a simple calculator, so all I'm going to mess around with is the font size. So we're going to change that in display. Display's LCD. I'm going to change the font size so it fills up screen, but not too much, obviously. I think that will be good, right? Get it to flow to 88 and then 100. There, 104. So you can see there's going to be like 3 digits. So someone's really using this then. I mean, come on. Why are you using my calculator? There. So 24 is going to be the font size, the largest font size. That works nicely. Go and make that change happen for LCD. So right at the bottom, the largest one, display LCD. Font size 24. Great stuff. Yeah, so that looks nice. Okay. Happy with that. So if it's 24, the next break is 900. Obviously it spills out there, so I think we do 20. 24. There was just like that tiny bit there. Tiny bit of space. If we go 20, we get about the same kind of... We could probably like push for 21, to be honest. I think we'll do 21. As much as I want to do 20, like the OCD in me, 21 looks aesthetically better. Oopsie. So 21 for that. Then the next breakpoint is at 600? Yeah, 600 pixels. So based on that logic, if it was getting 4 smaller, it should be 17. Whoops. But you see, we can kind of push for 18 to get to that like edge. You know what we should do is add protection for overflow. Let's just figure out how we do that. 18 pixels looks good. For 600 pixel one. I'm gonna go 18 pixels there. And then the next breakpoint is anything larger than 400. 400 is the next breakpoint. That should be 14 plus 1, so 15. So 15 pixels, that one. 15 pixels, there we go. And then the smallest size, the one for ants, 13 was working fine before. But obviously it's not going to work due to the overflow here. It's going to have to be 11. I mean, you can still read it and see it. So 11 pixels for the font size for LCD. Yeah. Then we need to figure out how we do the overflow. Let's say this was 24 points. Let's say this was somehow magically bigger. By some weird reason we made it that big, okay? Because the number got that big. How do we overflow? Hidden? Do we have a scroller for it? Or do we just hide it? We could have a scroller. Now what is better? Hiding it because it's too big, or letting it scroll from a design point of view? Actually wonder how Windows handles that. Let me check their calculator. Give it an absurdly large number. And take that to the power of invalid input. Jeez. What would be better from a design point of view? You don't see it? Or you allow it to be scrollable? I think scrollable might be the safe bet. As much as I don't want to add it, at the same time, hiding the input might not be the solution, would it? Just put a limit on it? Barani, a limit on the result. Yeah. Make it scrollable. Yeah, I agree. So overflow scrollable, yeah? And actually it's overflow on the x-axis, huh? Overflow x scroll. There we go. And then that we don't have to add to every single one, we just add that to the LCD. But why is it adding it there now? It shouldn't be there by default. Should I put auto? If the number gets too big, it'll automatically do it? I think I needed auto instead of scroll. Because if it was scroll, yeah, it wants to always add it, so it needs to be auto. And then make the font size like something ridiculous. Kind of like having big numbers, I'm not gonna lie. Looks nice. Like I'd love the number to be that big, but then you can't fit 15 digits, you know what I mean? Technically, I could have the font size change based on the amount in the calculator, couldn't I? Imagine, how could we do that? Because then I could have it like 34. 34 fits all 15 perfectly. And then if the output is... Hold on. You could do that with JavaScript. So you get the number and you convert the length. So I gotta go get some food. No worries, Veroni. When you come back, hopefully I have something beautiful for you. Enjoy your food, whatever you're getting. I hope it's exciting. Just remember that your result, yeah, I know it's in my state. The only thing I'm thinking now before you run off, obviously React handles a virtual DOM, right? Whoopsie. So how would we handle editing a style? Because it's a LCD. Do I just use vanilla JavaScript for that? Because I know how to do it in vanilla JavaScript. I can just go blah blah, style blah blah, font blah, done. Okay, I'll probably do it with JavaScript then. And I'll need to do that before I update the style. So I can actually probably have it in update display. Wherever update display is called. We'll always do a check. This.state.value. We're gonna have to convert it to a string. .toString is greater than 15. Right, so we're gonna have it custom tailored so that 15 will fit perfectly. If it's, let's say, 16, for each digit we have to shrink it basically. By what, a pixel? Let's try. Plus 1. This is 16 now. And 34 is too big. 2 pixels. Okay. Almost as if they take 2 pixels, which makes sense. So if we shrink it by 2 pixels, then it's perfect. So we have to somehow get for every it's gonna be the length minus 15 times 2. That's gonna be the font size that we have to reduce by. Okay. Create a style object in your render, as in number 2 here, number 2. problem is that will be inline, won't it? Those will be inline styles. I want to use JavaScript to directly edit the font size. Otherwise you can have the existing font size plus this new font size that overrides it. You know what I mean? To write for one thing. So I put this in my render, right? So somewhere yeah. What's title? Just dot props. Styles? Container. What's container? Oh, I'm confused. Styles dot, is that like... That's confusing. Oh, okay. It will render title with all of this. I don't get what styles is though. Oh, never mind. That's the variable. Dot container. Oh. Okay, is that just like you're giving it a name, like in CSS? I think I can do this. Let's hope I can. How the hell am I gonna get the different... How do I get my computation though? I can do that, but how do I get my computation from display? Maybe I shouldn't do it there. The only time we will change the font size is if the update... we should probably do window.get computed style. LCD get the value. I think it's font size. Yeah, it should be font size. Then we're gonna get the font size for that. We should do font size parse float style. And I should be able to do lcd.style.font-size equal to this dot say to, so the length. Wait, what was my logic again here? However long it is, minus 15, which is a default length, so that will give us how much over it is. If it's one size over, it will just be 2 pixels smaller. Then the font, wait, will this do it correctly? Wait, before I even do anything, I first want to first want to see if this will even work before I even in here. Oh, 9. Okay, button press equals perfect. Style 24 pixels. Great. Whoa! Real good. So we know it's 24 pixels. Great. So that will return 24 pixels. What does that tell us? What does that tell us? Okay. So it will tell us what the current size of LCD is. What did I say? It must be 2 pixels smaller than what it is by default for every digit over. So then lcd.style.font-size equal to it should be style so style, which is 24 pixels minus this, which is going to be, let's say 16 minus 15, which is 1, times 2, which is 2. So then it's going to be 24 minus 2, which should give us 22. And then just to confirm afterwards, I want to log style again. Updated style. Look at the modal image. What did you do there? Was it also something with... Oh, you mean like styling and that, yeah. Magnolf, hey, I'm on Windows. Do you see what I'm doing though now, Varani? So I get the LCD element, and then I get the computed style. So not the style sheet style, but what it actually renders as for the user. Because let's say they have, you know, custom font sizes or whatever. All I want to do is target whatever that font size is, and for every digit that it's over the max length that I've set, we're gonna reduce it by 2 pixels. So in theory this should work, but you know, should probably test it first. And it's not parse. Parse does not exist. It's parse. Parse float. Yeah. And then let's see if it works. Okay. So again, no. So that's our max 15. I could literally just go times 2 if I wanted to literally just add a 1 there actually. But anyway, we're gonna do it this way. Equal to, okay, style 24 update style 24 did not change. Why? Did it change though? Still 24. lcd.style.font-size equal to style, which is 24, minus Wait, let's see what it was trying to do. The string should be 16, right? So it should be 16 minus 15. Oh god. Is it because I might have to put these in brackets? Because of... yeah, I might have to do brackets there. Why did it remove the second brackets? This needs to be computed with that. Why are you doing this? It's style minus whatever that value is. I'm worried that it's going to calculate this incorrectly. Oh, then maybe I should do it this way. No, but it can't be. It needs to be that value times 2, whatever this value is. Those brackets aren't needed. No, the problem is if I didn't add these brackets now, because of how immediate execution works, it would be negative 14. So if it calculated like this, it would be, what's this? Let's say this is 16. 16 minus 15, okay, is 1. Wait, what was immediate execution? 16 minus 15 times 2 would be minus 14. Oh, the one the system removes. Yeah. And I get that. The issue that I have here still is that it needs to calculate this and then times that value. It should work though. Okay. Let me just try this updated one now. The bracket should have fixed that previous issue. I'm just gonna add a 1. Okay. Still didn't update the style though, so at least we know that's not the issue. So next thing we're gonna do is log. I want to log the length of when it gets in there. I also want to log... No, I think that's all I want to log. Let's see what it's calculating on. I think I know why. I've never updated the font size dynamically before. I don't have to do this because I have an overflow where if the numbers are too big you can just scroll, but I didn't like that. I thought, what if we had the display have the digits be max at all times and then it just gets smaller based on how many digits you have. Okay, so style is 24, the length is 16, which I thought it was 1 extra, so then why is it 24? Okay, let's do the calculation then that it's supposed to do, which is this. I might have to do it in 2 steps. This should be over by, and then calculate the length minus 15. And let's also calculate new font size, which should theoretically be this. Let's see what it's trying to set the new font size to. And then I think we might have a better understanding of what's going on. Ain't it because you logged the style? I'm gonna see now. Hold on, let me just add +1. 99999 +1. Okay, so over by 1, which is what we thought. New font size is not a number, that's why. Okay. New font size is not a number. And you were saying, ain't it because you logged the style? And not the LCD style.font size. You mean this? Style is just calculating the font size on LCD. If that's what you were referring to. But we figured out our issue anyway. It's whatever it's producing is not a number. I think it might have to do with the fact that It's 24px, which is not a number. At the bottom, updated style is just style. Oh right, I'm not calculating it again. Yeah, you're right. But either way, it's not changing because when we physically check the style, it's still 24. Do you see? Didn't like shrink to 22. Still 24. But it's not a number either way. And I think the issue is because the result is 24px. So how do we do something with that? Oh, you know why? Because if I said the style was 20... Here, let me prove something. If I update the style... Let's make a copy of this. We're going to comment this out. Let's just make sure this even works to begin with. And let's say I go 30px, right? We go 30px. It deals with the string. I don't know how we... I could probably... There must be another way. But anyway, let's just try this. And if it gets bigger, we know. And then my theory is correct. Okay, so this should get bigger now. Cool, it got bigger. Do you see that? It's now 30 pixels. Brilliant. So here's the issue that we have. The result that we get from getPropertyValue is a string. It gives us the font size in a float value with px, which is a string. So when we try to do our calculation, we're trying to do a calculation on a string. And even if I coerced it into a float... Hold on. Let's see what would even happen. Let's say I did parse float 24px. Would it remove the extra, the px? Oh, it would. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have to just parse float then. So. No, because our calculation includes the px in the first place. Because that's what style returns. But this can be resolved by doing... Where's my calculation? Oh, is this one? So uncomment this, comment that. Then we have to basically do... Style. Style is going to have a px in it, right? So I have to immediately do parse float style. Okay, so that's going to give us 24 now. Then it can proceed to do what it needs to do. I think that's all we have to do is just add parse float in there. Like I had earlier. And then we should see magic, hopefully. (999) plus 1. Seem to get smaller. It did! Wait. No, it didn't! Why did I get excited? I thought I saw something change. I didn't pay attention. That's why. This.state.value is null. Oh shit. We can't even hit AC. I don't know if that's because I broke something now. Why the frick? How did it get to null? AC should clear it regardless. Value null, previous value... What? Who's calling you? Clear, where are you? Decimal equals... Where's clear? Clear, clear, clear. Oh, it should be this one. That's numbers. Where's math operations? No, calculator functions. If event.target.id is function, call the function, this.function, and then update display. Wait, so where's it erroring out? Oh, okay, I think I know where it's erroring out. It can't do this. It can't coerce null. So if not, wait, if this.state.value not equal to null and this.state.value, there we go. So that should fix that issue. Try that again. +1 equal 2. There's the current value, previous value, display value. There we go, cool. Over by 1. New font size. Okay, we know why that's broken. Updated style is 24. Didn't get smaller though. Be 22. Let's try go over. Over by 5. Oh, we have another problem now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Gonna count the E plus whatever as going over. Well, actually, no, that shouldn't be an issue because they do take up space. Never mind. Forget me. What I said. Still not changing. Okay, but we definitely know the calculation was right. So what is wrong here? Can you try putting pixels at the end? Oh, I see what you mean. Because there's no... Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Because I'm returning... You're right. You're right. You're right. If I do something like this... I'll call it a test. This is going to be the font size. That's all. There's going to be no pixel there. Because we're passing and we removed it specifically. I get you, I get you. See what you meant by that now. So... Test 22, yeah. That was the issue. Good job picking that up. Okay, so when we update the font, do we still need pass float? Yeah, we need pass float, don't we? Because that will turn the px, which it gives us, into just a number. Then we do that. Do I literally just append the px and turn it into a string, I guess? Plus px, like that. Now let us remove all of these tests and try to neaten this up. You can use your font size constant. Want to check now? Okay, do we have magic? Damn it. Didn't change. Much as I thought it should have. Oh wait, it did. It did. It did. It did change. Haha! Look! Style! Yeet! We did it! Now look at this. Big numbers. Look at that. We actually need to hide the overflow. I just realized this is a good bug that we just found. Overflow Y hidden. Wait, that didn't change anything. Why? Overflow Y. Why are you not... How do we... Wait. It is in the LCD that it's going over, right? How do I do that? Oh, maybe display, I think? I think I have to do in display. Overflow Y hidden, there we go, yeah. Overflow Y hidden in display so that we don't get that little bug. Oh, where's display? There we go. You can use your font size constant. What were you referring to? Let's see, what were you talking about? Font size. Oh, right, I see what you mean, yeah. I don't know why I wasn't using that, that was a bit silly. Actually, I want to update this, because style Style is font size. Never mind. It's good. It's all good. So we just do font size minus... Should we have this in a variable as well? Or do I just have this? You know what I'm trying to do here, right? I'm trying to get the length of the string minus 15, because 15 is the maximum amount of digits that can fit into the LCD at that given font size. Anything over that, we times by 2, and then we minus that from the font size to make it fit, basically. In theory, I haven't actually even tested it. Just in theory, every digit that we add, we shrink the font size by 2 pixels to fit it in. At some point, we have to stop shrinking, though. We can actually test that theory now. Hold up. Here we go. So, let's make this as big as possible. So first off, you'll see 15 nines. This is as big. What I wanted to do was make this large enough so that it perfectly fits, right? So like 34. Boom. Perfect, right? Then, if I add 1, it shouldn't overflow. Perfect, look at that. Now it's 32. Amazing. So if I times this by 9, cool. Times it by 9 again. Okay. Shrunk down a bit too much now. That's what I was worried about. I mean, it works better than before, but how do we make it more granular? I could shrink by 1 pixel, but I'm worried it might not be enough. But I mean, hey, test it, right? Let's try by 1 pixel instead of 2. Because you can't do fractions of a pixel. Okay, this one. So we set this to 34 once I get all my 9s in. Pirani, hey! Welcome back! So what we figured out, thanks to Magnov? Am I saying that right? Maganov? Was when I get the style, it gives me a string in return. So when we got 24 pixels, we literally got a string that said 24 pixels, px, right? I was obviously converting that as a float, passing it as a float to get the 24, but I wasn't doing it in my actual calculation for the font size. So all we did was call that constant, and then at the end of that calculation we add the px, because obviously we removed the string portion of the output, and then that solved that. It's a bit weird how it does that, but I mean, I guess it's good to specify what kind of unit you're trying to add the font in, right? Anyway, let's go +1. Okay, so that's what I was afraid of. If we go -1 pixel, it's not enough. Like, literally just so annoying. It's like just, right? Let's keep going with that. Let's keep going. Times this by 9. Times by 9 again. Okay. Now it's 30 pixels. What was it before? Times 999. Now it's 25 pixels. Looks good. Okay. And then when it gets to this point, because it's going to keep shrinking. What point does it add the e's? The exponents. At what point does JavaScript add exponents? Like tiny. What the fuck? 6 pixels? What number is that even? It's for ants. Can't read it. $22. How did it get that small? How did it get... How? How is that physically There's something wrong with our calculation. What are we saying? Take the font size In this case, let's say it was 18 pixels, which, wait. It's 18 pixels in our case, because it's already small. Minus, we're over by... Oh, I removed the over by. How long is the string length? It's 20, 21, 21, 22 plus 15. So 37, right? 37 minus 15, because that's our initial one where everything fits perfectly, which should give us 22. So 22 times 1. So it's actually 18 minus 22. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Might need to change my calculation a bit. We need to also cap it. We need to stop trying to shrink it at a certain point. I think that's going to be the best way. Don't you like debugging in Chrome? Well, I use Firefox. I wouldn't really know. We need to stop trying to font. We need to stop trying to font. We need to stop trying to shrink the font size. Once we get to a certain length. So greater than 15, and this dot state dot value dot toString dot length is less than. Should we do up to 5 digits that we will like handle for, and then the rest is just, well, deal with the overflow, I think. There we go. So greater than 15, less than 21. Then we won't have to deal with this issue anymore. Only issue we have now, okay, is what happens if you, like I just did now, reduce the value, as in the digits gets less. It should grow the value too. Right now it's not going to grow the value. This is if the length is greater than. So we need to also handle that case as well. This is for growing it. How do we, and this is for shrinking it. How do we grow? Base it on what? We do know that if the length is 15, the font size is 100%. In that case, 32 pixels. What if it was... What if it became 14 pixels? For every length that it's it's a tough one. No, we don't have to. Oh, it's confusing me. Actually, we kind of do. The reason for this is the font size will never go back to what it was. It will never revert. As long as it's greater than 15. Sorry, my mind right now. Will Firefox like put breakpoints in the code and run through it? I've never actually worked with breakpoints. I should check that out. Right now I'm just trying to figure out the logic here. This will grow our font size, right? Sorry, shrink our font size. Shrink our font size. What if we need to grow it? Won't that clash? Because the if statement will be the same. If it's greater than... If it's greater than 15... Well, let me just test this so far. Let's see what we got. Let me just size first. Because the issue I have is nothing is going to bring the font size back to what it was after it shrunk. You'll see this now. So we got 15 nines, okay? Why did I do that? I try to clear the log, not my output. Clear the log. Okay, +1, clear the log. Okay, so observe, font size is 24, right? +1. Font size is now 23 because we went up a pixel, right? I mean, we went up a string size. Okay? Great stuff. So we 16 digits now, 1 over. Now I'm going to -1. Okay? Now we're back to 15. Okay? Problem now is our font size is still 23 instead of what it was, which is 24. So I need a function, and I mean I can easily restore it. If it gets to 15 digits, make it 24 again. That's not the hard part. It's what if it was 17, 3 over, and it went down 1? Then it should be whatever that calculation is. You get what I'm trying to say? Sorry, I'm confusing myself now. How would I calculate that? So that's... Shouldn't it then be a plus instead of minus? Font size... Whatever it is, minus... It's greater than 15. So all this does is shrink it. I need another thing that will basically set the font size. This just shrinks. How do we grow it? My mind right now, please mind, just activate it. Maybe if I just font size plus however many we're over. Times 1 plus pixels. That's to shrink it, but how do we apply the growing, and where do we apply the growing? On what condition? It's like we would have to compare the value, essentially. It's almost like we would have to store it in state. This was the previous length, this is the current length. If the length went down, grow the font. If the length went up, shrink the font. Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm thinking. But we won't have a variable, it'd have to be in state, huh? Ah, great, pollute the state, yay! What do we call it? Not string length. Digit. Digit length. No. Okay. Then what we do is when we get into update display, we will set digit length. This dot set state. So we're gonna set digit length to equal this dot state dot value to string dot length. Okay? So that's what we're gonna do. Every time we get into display, we're gonna set the length. Oh, there might be a problem because we need to know the previous length, don't we? We can use the function of setState like Veroni said before. which will allow us to compare the two differences. Either that, or I need to update the length, or it needs to be latent, as in we only update it at the end. But if I did it this way, but if I put it here at the end, right? The digit length only updates after the first one. That means then we can still manually do this and compare it to the last one. And if it's null, what happens if it's null though? We still won't know if it's null, will we? Because it's either that, add another state value, or try to figure out how that thing worked with Virani. This.state function previous state. Figure out how to incorporate this now. This.setState function previous state. If previous state.value, not going to be value, and previous state.digit length not equal to null, turn not equal to null. Yeah, that will help us though. Unless I can figure out a neater way, I'm just gonna have to add another one. Digit length. Previous. All I can think of right now. And what we do is, in the beginning, we update digit length. And at the end, we set previous digit length to this dot date dot digit length. That should be null, previous digit length. We only care if it's greater than 15 and less than 21. Then we need another if inside of this if, which will basically be for here. If not a font size dev, front end. Doesn't CSS have dynamic font scaling? Yeah, but the problem is this is not really dynamic if the values are being changed through JavaScript, so I'd have no idea to know what's happening unless we trigger an event, which is what we're doing now. So what did I say? If the digit length if the digit length is greater than, this is going to be the same as that, so we can't really compare it. So if it's greater than previous digit length. So if this.state that digit length is greater than this.state that previous digit length, so if it somehow got bigger, then shrink the font size, right? Else, increase the font size because it shrunk. And I assume that's going to be the same. Okay, something has to change here, that I know. We can use digit length here. Let's say our digit length was 18. 18 minus 15 is 3, right? 3 times 1. Because if we do 3 times 1, it'll give us 3. So it'll be font size minus 3 pixels. And this way will be font size plus 3 pixels. Assuming the logic is correct here. This.state.digit length minus 15. That will give us how much? Wait, for adding, will it be the same? Yeah, it will be 2. That's 15, whatever is over plus pixels. Only issue that we have now is if you get in here the first time and there is no previous digit length, because that only gets calculated at the end, how do you do this? Is 16 greater than null? I think it is, right? How do we handle the fact that there's no previous digit length? We're setting the current length right now. But there's no previous. But we can't treat everyone as larger, can we? Oh, technically we could. You know why? Because here, this will only ever come into play if it's greater than 15. That means it only got triggered. The only way this can get triggered is if the length went bigger. So I think we should be safe. Because if it comes back down, that's fine. Yeah, I think we're fine. All we need to know now is a number greater than null? Let's see how it's handled in the console. So is 15, for example, greater than null? It is. Okay, good. That's all we need to know. Whoo! This got complicated fast, huh? Dynamic scaling! Yay! Let's see if we broke something, or if it works. Okay, save that. Run this. Check the font size. We're on 24. It went to 23. Okay. I don't have a check for if it goes back to 15, so we're gonna have to go one up now. Okay, store. It's on 22 now. Okay. divided by 9. I'm 21 now. I'm 18 now. Why is what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Freaking decimal in there. You know, there is one easy fix. If I made the layout large enough that it fits as many digits per 1 pixel. Wait, but then everything would be at 1 pixel. Yeah, no, never mind. So how is it still getting smaller because of the length of this? What is broken with my calculation? Digit length comes in. It's at 18. Okay, we need to start logging previous and current, I guess. Current digit length. Digit length, okay. And at the end of it, actually I want this right in the beginning of the call. Right there. And then at the end, this won't change. That shouldn't matter, that's the only two things that we'll need for this logging. Okay, let's see what happens now. Okay. Current digit length is 1. Previous digit length is 1. 1, 1. Okay. Font size is 23. Times 9. Oh, I see what happens. I just realized something now. Every time that we're changing these digit lengths, current digit length is 16 and 16. One and one. Now it's 22. I want to keep shrinking. Why? The if is if this dot digit length is greater than this, which it's not. There shouldn't be an else there, but I get why. Because they're both the same. Why? Shouldn't there be a delay? It gets in, it sets the length to let's say this is 15. This, oh, unless it changed again. 16, which it could, but then the previous one should be 15 as well. Wait, no, it does, it does, it does. It does, we've seen it. 16. Current digit length is 2 and 2. What is it doing? Not 4. Okay, so I think that's where our issue is. They're always the same. I thought there would be a delay. As in, this is 15 now. This will become 15 at the end. Then we get in here, the length changed, it's 16 now. Oh, I'm not logging afterwards actually. I'll explain that. Should be fine now actually. Fine, I was just logging incorrectly. Yeah, 16. Okay, the other thing that we need to do, we should only be updating state when we actually get inside of this function. So here, and we should only be updating this previous digit length once we're done with this function. There's a previous digit length that I was logging. Okay, let's see where this takes us. Nine plus 1. That gives us 16 for the current digit length, 15 for the previous digit length, which is correct. Times 9 gives us 16 and 16. Times 9, 17 and 16. Brilliant. Okay, so font size of 22. Font size of 18. If I shrink, I went to 20. Hey! Okay, we're back to 16. And we're on 22 now. Not quite where we started. Oh, I think I know what's happening. It goes to 22 by default, doesn't it? So if I divide it by 9, now 19. Oh, the digit length. Oh, it's 17 now, the length. Length is still 17. Length is 18. Not getting smaller. Okay, we need another test. That was a good test so far. We got one thing working. So this is the max. This is 15, right? Plus 1 will give us 16. And our font size is currently 21. But we need to reset this because it got reset previously. Our font size currently is 24. Okay, so 15 plus 1 to have it max out. Now it's 16 digits, right? And we went from 24 to 23 pixels. Now if we add another 99999, or if we times this by 10, we should get 17 digits, right? We got 17 digits. Great. So now we went to 21. Weren't we on 23? We're on 17 digits. 17 digits. That's 2 digits over. So it should go from 24 to 22, shouldn't it? Starts on 24. What's our calculation? Whatever the length is. So 17 minus 15. Which is 2. Then y... So it's 2, right? And 2 times 1 is 2. So it's basically going to be whatever the previous font size is. So if it was 23... Oh... Theoretically it's correct, right? 23 minus 2 is 21. Because we're 2 over, we're not 1 over. Okay, fair enough. But now it needs to go back. So what if we divide by 10? Undo what we did. Okay, from 17 to 16. Now we're 16 to 17. Now we went from 21 to 22. Now we're on 22. If I minus 1, we don't get in there again because that's, that's the max. We're still on 22 and we started on 24. So there's a bit of confusion somewhere. Or maybe I'm just confused. But let's try that one more time. We start on 15 digits. Okay? At 24 font size. Add 1 digit. From 24, we get taken to 23, which is correct. Okay, so because it's 1 digit difference. Okay, so I think the only confusing part was that we never came back. So when we're on this, when we're on 16 digits, we need to be on 23 pixels. Let me make a note of that. We need to be on... We need to come back to this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I just want to make sure count by eye obviously as well. So it is 16. 16 digits, 23 pixels. Good. Now times it by 10 to get to 17 pixels, right? I mean 17 digits. Okay. Now we went from 21 to 23. Sorry, 23 to 21. Which is correct. We did the math for that. The issue now is when I divide it by 10, we should go back to 23 at 16 digits. But we don't. I think I know why. It's digit length minus 15. We should take previous digit length, I think. Should be doing previous digit length. That's probably why. Go back. Okay. Final test. 15 nines plus 1 gives us 16 digits. Great stuff. Times that by 10. Give us 17 digits. Font size should be 21. Yeah. Now if I divide it by 10, we should go back to 23. Boom! It's working! Dynamic font sizes. What? I probably reinvented the wheel, didn't I? But it's working as it should. And that now means that we can set a max font size. Now let's set a max font size where all of these 9s fit in perfectly. I think was 34, if I'm mistaken, or 32. Yeah, 34. Okay, so we change the font size to 34. So it's nice and big. And then you're like, oh my god, but it's not going to display. Then you add a 1. Just got to figure that bit out. That's not a big issue. That's a known thing. If I times it by 10 to go from 16 to 17 length. So our font size is currently 33. And now it's going to be 31. Because I notice we still have that slight issue. But I think we can solve that by just being a bit cheeky and increasing our overall calculator width, to be honest. If it's 300 now, we could probably do like 320. And then that solves the issue, you know? I think that's going to be the best option. To that. 10. Or, what happens if we leave it at 300? Is there anything we can do to make this a bit better? The margins, are there paddings? There's a 2 pixel padding. Two pixel padding. Tough choice. All right. Fix the height. I guess make the calculator wider. Much as I want it on 300, I don't see another solution. Remove the padding, but then it's really squished. I don't want the padding. Yeah, and that 2 pixel padding is enough. Yeah, let's make it 320. Let's do it. Make all the changes happen. Gosh darn it. We make this 320. So it goes up by 20 pixels. What are the buttons then? 320 divided by 4 is 80. Thing just becomes 80. Goes up by 5 basically. So 20 and 5, if I'm not mistaken. You just double check. So if the width is going to be 280 divided by 4, it's 70. Yeah, it looks like it. 280, 70. Whoops, not the font size. Magnov, enjoying programming? Loving it. What do? Are you backend developer? Okay, so this goes 240, this goes 240, and then 5 pixels increase. So 60. Previous one was 70. 80. This becomes 200. And this becomes 50. And that becomes 50. Then the smallest device becomes... where's it? Okay. That becomes 40. Becomes 160. 40 for the height for the display, and then the buttons also need to change. Okay. That is it. Then we should be able to reload this without the broken mess stuff. If we check the LCD size, it's 34. Check this stuff. I'm gonna fit 15 of them perfectly. Times that by... No, don't times it, just plus it by 1. I changed it from 34 to 33! Times that by 10. For an extra digit, we're on 31. Perfect. And if I divide it by 10, we go from 31 to 33! It's amazing! Oh! You don't even notice it. The digits just keep getting added, and because it's so small, it's just, you know. And then we go from 31 to 28, and it always just fits so nice. 24, there is a limit though. We did set a limit. Doesn't look like the limit's being... Okay, the limit is being respected, but still a bit too small. I want to stop that limit. So let's fix for when we get less than. So if this data value is not null and this data value to string greater than 15 but less than 21. Okay, so that might be a bit too much. Let's only go for 17, 18, 19. Let's do 4. Less than 20 maybe? See how that goes. And then also, this is the end of this if. Could I have add an else? Only problem is we don't know what the default font size was for it. Could set that in a state, couldn't we? Yeah, .NET Core backend developer, Magnov? I'm not a fan of front-end HCSS. I think most of us do, huh? But you kind of have to do it. I'm gonna do the fun CSS now. This is just the hard part, getting dynamic fonts working. But I think we did a good job. I'm just trying to think, would I store the default font size in state? That's probably going to be the safest bet, right? So let's go ahead and create default font size. We're gonna set it to null. Got hips. And anytime we call update display, I guess it's safe to do it there. Oh no, maybe we should only ever do it once. And we can do it once by having component did mount. That'll be much neater. Oh, I got one here. Component did mount. This dot set state. What was it again? Default font size, and then we have to figure out that default font size will be window.get computed style LCD. Oh, we don't know what LCD is. So I can either do... Oh, it's gonna be long, ugly. Might as well just neaten this up. Then I have an excuse to use them. Then I could just do buttons. Dot add event listener. Okay, so got this dot set state. When the component mounts, we will know what the default font size is. Great stuff. And then let's make sure that is the case by doing log. What is my default font size? Okay, let's go throw that into the mix. Pretty sure it should work, but you know, to be safe than sorry. What is my default font size? It is 34 pixels. Yay. Some people just love to use the latest popular yeah, I hate that. It's like a trend. You gotta use this and this and this and that, and I'm the person that would just like do everything by hand in vanilla JavaScript. Even React for me is a bit much, just the amount of stuff that goes into React, and I could do all of this without React. But I mean, state is very helpful, I'm not gonna lie. Like what I just did now, knowing when the component is mounted and then having that variable that's accessible anyway, is just so helpful. So that's maybe one exception, but still it feels bloated. The amount, especially with the Create React app, it just, maybe I gotta get used to it, but there was like something like 15,000 files. And it took so long to build. So this is why I stopped. You're probably wondering why I'm using CodePen. Like I could do this all local. It's because of that specific reason, taking 15 minutes to build and just the amount of things. Just, I don't know, maybe I gotta get into it. But anyway, we know what the default font size is. Great stuff. So then what we can do there is new releases. It's the Angular code that takes the longest. Oh, does it have to like set up and everything? Build. inside of here we need could just turn that to an else, right? If it's not no, else if that will set it back to default, which I think is what we need. I should have and I can do this. No, wait, I could just do font size, right? Style. But font size won't render in there. If I want to get into game development, why start with web development? I think just, I don't know if you've noticed, the things that I do is not really web development. It's like I'm following the projects and whatever, but it's not like I'm creating web pages. I'm like creating solutions, and then I take time like what I'm doing now. And I think if you know how the core mechanics work, and you know how to problem solve, and you know solve things logically, then you can apply that into game development. So I might just be creating a calculator now, but I could be creating a hero class with different attributes, you know what I mean, and items that can do specific things. If you understand how the logic behind it works, you just need to transfer it to that. And I guess I needed to start somewhere. And I don't know, I felt with game development I'd be stuck with one thing for a very long time, you know what I mean, trying to perfect it, get the game to work, do this, do this, do that, and then 3 years later I'm still stuck with the same thing. Whereas with this and being self-taught in web development, there's so many things that you get exposed to, and you end up dealing with way more problems than you would a single game. And you could say, yeah, well, iterate multiple games, but if you don't know what you're doing and you're still learning, you're still going to be stuck with that one game. You know, you're not going to move from one broken mess to another broken mess, or at least I wouldn't. I just feel I get exposed way more, and I get to logically challenge myself to find solutions, and then I can use those solutions and apply them to something like game development when I get there. And I guess it's also a good fallback, you know, when I need to get work again, because right now I have my own clients here and there, but if I want to be employed and I can't get work in game development, at least I can get employed, you know, as a web dev or whatever. I guess fallback in a sense. And maybe it'll come in handy when I create a game and I need to create a web page for it, or you know, an API that connects from the game to a web server. Who knows? A lot of good uses. Where were we? It was else if right here, right? Else if pass float style less than. But what were we doing? What were we storing state as? Oh, I should pass float this probably. Pass float so that we store it as a float, so that we could do the comparison on that. And then where are we? Is less than this dot state dot default font size. Then we need to LCD should still be there, right? Yeah, LCD.style dot font size. Oh, but we don't have a const for that. Guess I could just bring this down and finding it, but wait, there's no reason why I wouldn't have it outside of there. I heard. Then I don't need this. And then we just update it to the default font size. Plus, don't forget the pixels. Get started in creating stuff in C++, but you could start creating these small devs in C++, because C++ is a whole different beast than JavaScript. I heard, but I mean, if I get the logic of JavaScript down, I shouldn't have a hard time with C++, would I? I'll just have to understand the different calls, how methods are handled or whatever, and what internal functions they are, right? I mean, I guess I just needed a base to start in, and JavaScript just seemed to be a whole lot more accessible, especially because you can do everything on the web. And there aren't that many for, you know, C++ where you can build and do everything in your browser, at least as easily accessible. But yeah, definitely C++ or C# rather, something that I want to look into, especially for Unity. And then also DLLs. I mean, it could take my mod making experience to a whole new level. Then I won't have to worry about internal function. Let's say, for example, Skyrim. If I can figure out how DLLs work and inject them into the game using something like SKSE, I would, yeah, do a whole lot more. Okay, so this should theoretically work now. Let's see if it does. Font size is 34. Let's go. 15 digits plus 1 gives us 16 digits. Okay, perfect. 16 digits. 33 pixels. It went down 1. Now what if I times this by 10 to go from 16 to 17 digits? 17 digits, we went from 33 to 32. Perfect. Divided by 10 to undo that. Do we go back to 33? Oh, we went to 36 now. What the? That's because of this. I was comparing the font size plus this dot state the previous. Oh, actually, I think we need, instead of minus 15, I think we should be comparing it to digit length. So if it was larger, 17 minus 16 will be 1. Yeah. I think that was the issue, not 15. Let's try that again. Yeah, but you missed some important stuff like memory allocation. Oof, garbage collection, yes. All of these things, I heard of that. C# automatically handles that for you, hey? So it's kind of like, get spoon-fed a little. I heard everything that you do, you can get memory leaks if you don't watch that stuff. How does that work? Like in a nutshell, how does a memory leak work? Is it kind of like if I had to write a while loop, and if I had an infinite loop that would create a memory leak? Is that like a type of memory leak, or is there something specific to it? So 34 to 33, good. 33 to 31 should be this one. 32, yeah, no, that's correct. It was 1. Okay. Now what? Divided by 10 should bring us back to 33, hopefully. Goes to 30. Oh, it does it on every change. On every single change while it's still busy. Now we're on 35. I mean, it kind of works, but... Wait, what's the default? Why does that work so well? I thought the default was 34. Well, all memory leaks are just stuff that isn't garbage collected. Okay, after a while it stacks. If it's something small, you won't notice it fast. Okay, so you mean something like anytime you do a calculation that gets stored somewhere, right? Allocated in memory. And if you don't... Is it like variables as well? You could null them? If you don't do that, eventually you run out of memory space or whatever. Okay, I think I know what's going on. The issue here is that every time the length is different while it's updating the display, this gets called. That means while we're also typing in buttons or whatever. Let's state the digit length. Minus 15. Basically needs to be at a point where it doesn't keep changing every time. How do we do that? If digit length is 16 minus 15, it's going to be 1. 1 times 1 is 1. So it's going to be font size, whatever it is, minus 1. So it's going to keep getting smaller every time update display is called. How do we prevent that? This needs to somehow be equal to 0 if there was no change. How do we do that? Something with font size? Do the calculation and be like... Mostly you dispose them, but yeah, C# is brilliant in that. Yeah, so I've been told. It handles all of that under the hood for you, huh? Strongly typed, yeah, that I can get. What else? Memory allocation, right? Is there any point in going C++ if you could just have C# and it's all done for you? I mean, I guess it's the same argument as use jQuery over vanilla JavaScript, right? If I'd done that, I would never have known all the things that I can do. Like everything that I'm doing now. Lower level programming, right? Isn't C# as well? Or how does it differ? Because you have direct access to system resources like managing RAM, is that what you mean? C++ compiles to assembly. If I can get to a point where I'm comfortable with what I'm doing, then I guess I could switch right now. For example here, struggling. Lack of knowledge. Just thinking about it. What is happening? What we know is every time update display is called, the font size will keep shrinking by 1, so long as the digit length is larger than 15. There's no check here that's going to be like, hey, previously you were this size, you're going to become this size. Oh, so if the digit length didn't change between updates, we do nothing maybe. I guess that's one way to fix it, huh? Just compare. And digit length not equal to this.state digit length. Because if we do come into this, digit length, let's say digit length was previously 16. Digit length here, local digit length, is 16. It will not get in here. But let's say this is 17 because we just checked up the value now. Then it's going to get in here and then I'll update digit length to 17. So I think that will solve that issue. I'm just worried about calling it the same thing as in state. I just didn't want to keep calling this.state.value.toString.length, so I wanted to shorten it. But now it's the same as state. Not that that will be an issue, but I mean, for a human reader, it's confusing. So what else can we call that? Digit length is what it is, but I don't know if most game engines are written in lower level languages like C++. They have so much control. Yeah, no, I would understand that, but if I got into game development, probably one of the first games that I try making would actually be in Unity. I want, you know, a little bit of hand holding to know what's going on. And then from there, eventually, you know, start building a game engine of my own. You kind of first have to know how game development works, and I don't really have experience in that. I know how games work, and I know how to modify games. But I feel I'd first want to build something. Because that's like kind of saying, hey, build a car from scratch instead of modifying a car. From bits and pieces to choose from, you know. I think you'd have a far easier time modifying the car. I mean, that's essentially how I got into programming to begin with. Skyrim. And the Papyrus language. Building mods for Skyrim, and I was like, hey, that's cool. What do we call this? Digit length? Whatever. So this should stop it from doing what it was doing. Every change. Okay, so we are on 34 now. Plus 1 will push us over by 1. We're on 33. Should still stay on 33. Still be on 33. Perfect. We're still on... Wait. Ah! What? We're on 34. When did we go to 34? When did we go to 34? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It should never have gone to 34. Logic for going to 34 is simple. There's... if font size is less than this.state.default font size, that's 34. What is font size? .36 is not less than 34. Wait, let's put a log here to know when it's doing this. I changed the font size to default. Let's go back now. I love finding bugs and solving them, if you haven't noticed, by the way. So I'm like solving everything step by step. Yeah, at some point in time it defaulted. Need to figure out where. It's on 34 now. Go plus 1. Should go to 33 now. On 33. Hit the plus. 1. There. The moment I hit 1, went to 34. And I think I know why. Okay. But it wasn't that function that reset it. Something else reset it. I think I know why. Previous digit length null. Why didn't previous digit update? Why? That update's here at the end. That's what developers do, make bugs and fix it. Saw some guy on Twitch earlier make a Vulkan game engine in Rust. Wow. I heard Rust is the big thing now. Isn't it like comparable to C#? It's not lower level programming, right? Rust. Never used it, but it looked like C++ a lot. Okay. I wonder if it will get confused with the game Rust. Because most developers game as well. So imagine. Rust. Now imagine Rust running on Rust. Oh, the memes. Face Punch needs to get on that. Rust is made by the Mozilla team? Oh! Mozilla's like take you over and everything, aren't they? They even made a password manager and they made a secure file storage, file sharing website. Pretty cool. Firefox Send. Elixir, geez, how many functional programming languages are there that they brought out? Yeah, I need to figure out what's going on now. Yeah, ignore the fact that it says potato. Man, sometimes I get so tired that I have the worst debug messages. Okay, so it shrunk the font size. I shrunk the font size, great. Huh? We're on 33. Problem now is when I hit plus, and I hit 1, it goes to 34. Why? I changed the font size to default. Ha! Found you! Thought you could hide from me. Nothing escapes logging. This is why. Wait, it wasn't. What am I comparing that does that? Font size less than this.state the default font size. So it's 33 less than. Oh. Oh my god, okay. I introduced a bug by fixing another bug. Don't want to know how many languages there are and how many people use it. It's quite like JavaScript. It's nice. Let's not... It works, okay? You want to be a millennial that sticks to some other crazy language because it's cool and different, you go do that. I'm gonna just stick to the one mature language that just recently hit 10 years old. Maybe I'm old like that, you know? Okay, so something... Wait. How do we handle if the font size... Okay, so else... Oh, we just need another check here. If it ever gets below... If ever the length... So else if digit length is less than or equal to like, do I hard code this? 15 because that's our limit? I think we do. And font size is less than this.state the default font size. Then you can go ahead and update the font size. That should work. Okay, that should fix that bug. Now show me the 3 other bugs that I just created. You can mostly jump into all of them, yeah, because they're based by now. They can't really have created new things. Yeah. Procedure, I prefer OOP, object-oriented. I don't know. Functional is growing on me slowly. More so, I guess, than object-oriented, but only time will tell once I figure out what I want to do. But functional seems to be the safest. And the neatest. And I need to stay away from this mess where I freaking write code in one file. And my excuse this time is the fact that CodePen doesn't support multiple files. And I need to paste it into CodePen to submit to FreeCodeCamp. But I know I'd have to be splitting these up into like different sections, so every would be better, neater. Can't wait to get to that point. Anyway, did we fix this problem? Okay, so 15 plus 1 digit. Watch the font size. 34 to go to 33. Great job. Plus, when we hit 1 last time, it grew. Freaking grows again. Why? I changed the font size to default. Am I not just running old version of this? Did I not save? It could just be that. Let me double check before I start pulling my hair out. 9 plus 1 equal to... Okay, around 33 plus 1. No. Still changing the font size. Okay. Back to the drawing board. Else if digit length is this.state.value to string. So 16. How is 16 less than or equal to 15? How? How? How is 16 less than 15? I really want to see what's happening here. Because that should be 16. How is 16 less than or equal to 15? I gotta know this. It's gonna be fun. Okay. Go. 9 plus 1. Get ready. 33. Great. Oh wait, we already knew what digit length was. It's 16. In there. 16 out. Okay. Then I'm gonna go plus. Everything is fine now. I hit 1. All hell breaks loose. Why? Why is that? I changed the font size to default. Why did you do that? Because digit length is 1. Oh! Of course. Of course it is, because the LCD gets updated every time something is changed, and digit length is based on that display at that current value at that current time. Of course, that makes sense. Digit length cannot be in here. Oh, that's a pity. Okay, fun time. I mean, this is fine here. Place that you can't use it. Down here in the else if. I'm not going to change it. I'm not going to refactor that. That's fine as it is. This needs to be reworked. Every time we come into LCD, the digit length will change. But we are updating state. You can use state's digit length, because the only time this will update is if these checks pass. So if we use state's digit length, what does that give us? This.state.digit length that will never be less than 15 though. And we need to know if it ever... How do we solve this one now? It's a tricky one. It's basically, if our digit length is ever less than 15, because it got reset by when we grew it, or shrunk it. There is a way. I mean, we could check if there's a operator if there's an operation in our state, because we wipe the operation after performing an operation. And if there's an operation do nothing, I mean, that could potentially be a fix, I guess. But is there another way? Can't use digit length. We can't rely on digit length because that changes every time display is brought up. Because whatever is being displayed check the previous digit length. That is the one that no, we can't. The only thing that I can check for is and this dot state dot operation and not no operation in the state. That's the only thing that I can think of. Let's check. And let's watch the state's operation. There should be none. But there will be an operation once you hit add. You're gonna hit add +1. Oh, maybe we should check. Yeah, as long as there's no operation. No, that's fine. Test number 347, let's go. 99999 +1. The console around 34. Get to 33. Job. Fine. Plus. Fine. Hit the 1, that's where shit hits the fan. Once is still 33. Oh! We got a solution. -1. Still 33. Great. Times 10. Should shrink. I shrunk the font size. 31. Great. Divided by 10. Should bring it back to 33. I grew the font size. Back to 32. (32 or 31 now? Can't even remember. -1. Digit length should be 15. Digit length is 15. There's no operation in here, so why isn't the font size back to 34? Why didn't you restore it? There's no operation. Wait, we want this to be null, right? Operation should be null. If digit length is greater than, if it's less than or equal to 15, the operation is null. The only time we'll be busy is if, yeah, you're trying to add another digit. Yeah. If that works. So fix that one problem and solve the other problem. The other problem being why it's now jumping numbers. Four. 3. 3. 3. Digit length is 15. Operation no.
less than or equal to. I have to like add another number and then it's gonna update. Minus 1. Still 33. Never reset it, why? Operation is null. Digit length is 15. Logic is if digit length is less than or equal to 15 and the font size is less than this.state.default font size and this.state.operation is null, okay, so let's add that and let us check. Oh, hold on. Not in the if. Oh no, we would have. It didn't change the default. There's something wrong. D1, yeah, it's not updating it. So 12 is less than 15. We need to know what font size and the default font size is, so let us log those. So font size, and also default font size. That gives us. What does your package.json look like? Nothing. I have nothing in them. Literally nothing. It's literally just a JavaScript file. But if it had to have something, it would have the Airbnb preset. And random quote machine. Don't have it open. Did I update it? Did I save it? I did. Okay, cool. Font size, default font size. 34, 34, great. Okay, let's see what's happening now. +1. Font size, default font size, 34, 34. Interesting. 33, 34. 33, 34. Yeah. $33. So -1. 33, 34. So what? Okay. So we've ascertained that font size is 33. Digit length is 15. and default font size is 34. Now can we figure out why the hell this isn't working? Else if digit length, which is 15, is less than or equal to 15, which is true, so that passes, and font size, which is 33, is less than this.state.default font size, which it is because it's 34, 33 is less than 34, and this.state.operation is equal to null, which it is. How are we not getting into here? How is that possible? Did I not have it as an else if? Is it conflicting with... Seem to be. And yeah, I hope you've done it already. I've like done the majority. I'm on the last bit, which is now not working. I can't figure out why this condition is not working. Which is if the digit length is less than 15, and like I said, digit less than or equal to 15, and digit length is 15. So that should be true, right? That should pass. And then font size is less than this.state.default font size. Font size is 33, default is 34. 33 less than 34 is true. So those two should be true. And then the last one is this.state.operation is equal to null. And operation is null. So all three should pass. And I should be getting into this if statement. But I'm not. How? Why? How is that physically possible? Oh, you know what I just realized? Font size. No, it shouldn't be there. Wish you could debug your code. Probably found it already. Oh yeah, I'm trying to debug it now. How else would I debug it? Wonder if it's got something to do with font size. That's the downside of developing. Yeah, never again, trust me guys. It's just because of React. That's all, and I don't want to set up create React app again. It was such a nightmare. That's what I'm trying, yeah. What is causing this to fail? Like, can you guys see anything logical that will cause this to fail? Am I wrong in assuming these three things are true? Based on the conditions. Digit length less than 15, less than or equal to. That's true. Font size less than default font size, 33, 34, right? And then operation should be null, which it is. All three conditions pass. So because it's an else if, should we try and make it just an if? Or you could set up npm watch to make sure you don't rebuild. That's not... I don't know how to describe it. It's like when you first set it up, like install, then that's the initial period that takes long. Let's say I had a folder structure that had projects in it, right? Then each subfolder is the project folder. And let's say I have one called, let's say, a log formatter. And I want to create a new project, let's say, called a calculator. How would I get create React app to be in that second folder? Would I have to do it again? You know what I mean? Like, can I just copy paste? I mean, there's 15,000 files. I literally just want a simple way to work in React and not have to wait 5 minutes for 15,000 files and all those dependencies to run. Is there a better way?
Yeah, exactly. Then I have to wait 5+ minutes every time. There's no other way. Did I copy this now? Copy, paste, save. Okay, that didn't change anything. So let us now, one by one, start checking which condition is causing it to fail, shall we? Might be the operation. I'm feeling it might be the operation. So let us do that and update. You can configure everything yourself, I think. It'll take you several dozens of hours for the first time. Yay! Okay, let's just see if we ever get into that. Okay, we shrunk the font size. -1. Yeah, it was state. Look, we found the problem. Found the problem, guys. +32, then I'm gonna add +1, it goes to 34 again. Okay, so we found the problem. The problem was when I was checking for operation, this .state.operation is equal to null. It should always be null when there's no operation. Look, add is currently the operation. If I go equals, it does the operation, and now the operation is null. I was checking if operation equal to null. The moment I remove that check, it's working again. But now the problem is every single time that it runs this, it's going to set the default font size. So we need to check our conditions for something else. Digit length has to be less than or equal to 15, we know that. Font size has to be less than the default font size for it to reset to default font size. What other check can we add to stop it from running? Here's the issue, okay? Oh. But state.value is null when I try to press clear. Interesting. New bug. But what's causing it to display that every time? Only when I hit AC. Okay. So I can hit other numbers, it's fine. It's when I hit AC. What's causing that? This. Calculator functions. Update display. Oh. Or update display. Is it because of this? This.state.value to string? I think it's this, right? Is that what's giving me the error? If you try to convert a null value to a string and then get length, can a variable give an error?
How do you prevent a variable that you set a value of that gives an error to not give an error? I've never put a variable inside an if statement. I mean, I could have const digit length to 0 or blank, and then if I'll do it this way. Where else am I using digit length? Oh, I got it now. It's just a choice between, do I want the variable? And then here, if this dot state dot value not equal to null, then we can update. Digit length to this dot state dot value. Okay, so the issue that I was having is I'm getting an error because I'm setting digit length to this dot state dot value to string length. But if value is empty, you can't toString it and then get the length of it. So what I did is set digit length to null and then do a check. As long as the value of state.value is not null, then we can update digit length to the length of value. If that makes sense. And change it to let. Yeah. Otherwise I can't reassign. Yeah. I don't know, because before I guess I didn't want to do computational values, and 0 is a number and everything is set to null by default, and null is just an empty integer, for example. 0 is actually a value, and you also can't perform a boolean on null because it's neither true nor false. Not 0 or 1, for example. And 0 would be false as a boolean. So that will solve that problem. Not that it solves any of our current problems. It will just allow me to hit the clear button now. No, I just want the variable to be empty. Undefined. And if it's 0, it's an integer, and if it's a string, it would be string, empty string. Probably as null can be used to computate as well. Undefined? Oh, you can? What's the difference between null and undefined? That's a problem, Verani. I can't just go... Oh, do you mean just let digit in this case? Like that? That I can do. I just couldn't do it here. Let's say I wanted digit length to be empty in state. I can't just do that. Do you see what I mean? I have to have a value in state. It's the annoying part. Null is nothing. Undefined is not defined. So I have to look at the two. But anyway, this will solve our one problem. I still haven't solved the other problem, which is Digit length has to be less than 15. Okay, here's our problem that we need to solve, guys. The digit length has to be less than or equal to 15, right? Secondly, the font size has to, the current font size has to be less than or, no, less than the default font size. Now the problem is, if I have these two checks currently, it will always run. Reason being, every time we, let me show you. We could have 999999999, right? The LCD will pick this up as 15 digits. The moment we add an operator, it wipes the current value and stores it as a previous value. Now when we start entering the next value, it sees this as 1. The length is 1. Okay? So this is wrong, because then digit length less than equal to 15, 1, this will trigger it. And the font size would have been less than, so it will pass. That's why I was adding operation has to be null. Because notice now, until we get the value by hitting equals, there's going to be an operation, right? Once I get the value, operation becomes null. Now I added a check, which was and this dot state dot operation not equal to null. Or sorry, equal to null. But for some reason that was never triggering. We were never getting here. And I don't understand why. There's something that you can see that I don't. Because the moment I add that, and I check for is operation null, then it never gets here. And it should, because the length will be less than, the font size will be less than, and this .state operation is null. The thing I could think of is this. You can also use this .state.value and this .state.value length. Set the variable. What variable? The digit length? I might be onto something. Just want to see if right before say anything. Shrunk the font size. Okay. I found one problem. Verani, do you remember when you told me that I should do this? Part of set state, you can pass in a function that gets called. because I have it like this, for whatever reason, it's not updating correctly. The moment I removed this call here, and I put it outside of it like that, it's now working. Is there a reason for that? How does that work when you pass a function to set state? Because for whatever reason, that was what was breaking it. That is what was breaking it, part of it. Because look, default is not going back to 34. Do you see that? Even though the digits are correct. Digit length is 15. But now I'm gonna undo that. Save. Reload this. Go to 999999999. Get 15 digits. Right? 15 digits. Go +1. Will give us 16 digits, right? Font size got shrunk to 33. Go -1 equals, size goes back to 34. Change the font size to default. Is it a promise? I don't know. Virani knows, he said I should pass it. When you pass a function to set state, it gets invoked after your state updated, so that you can be sure that you call a function with the correct state. It's an async function. Okay, but then why didn't it work, Virani? It changes operation to null and all that, then it calls update display value. So it made operation null, then it calls update display value. So then why? Is it because update display value was not null when it's called? I don't understand. All I know is when I take it outside of that, it works now. And now it sees this.state.operation is null. Explain that one. Okay, the only issue we have now is now that we're going back up, it's not shrinking the font anymore. Once it's shrunk once, it doesn't want to shrink again. What's our check for the shrink? If this.state.value is not null, value is not null, and digit length is greater than 15, digit length is greater than 15, and digit length is less than 20, digit length is less than 20, and digit length is not the same as this.state.digit length. Oh, okay, because that will prevent it from every single time changing back and forth, back and forth. Digit length not equal to this.state.digit length. We should set it to previous digit length. Think. Don't worry, I'm just talking to myself. I think this should be previous digit length. Okay, so 59s, cool, plus 1 equals, I shrunk the font size. Great. Font size is now 33. Then if I go -1, bring it back what it was, change the font size to default. Great. Cool, 34. Plus 1, will you shrink it again for us? It will not shrink the font size. Great, yay. So much code. I need to see what previous digit length is. Not previous state. Previous digit length. Oh. Hold on. Did I do previous length or did I do this.state? Did this.state, okay, fine. Let's log what this.state the previous digit length is. Digit length in state, yes I do. Which one am I comparing to? As long as they're not the same length. Okay. We'll make it easier to read, yeah, I agree. I'm not trying to optimize it. I'm literally trying to fix a bug. Zero optimization. Oh, sorry, Magnov is suggesting I optimize, yeah. Okay, so previous digit length is null, right? Digit length is 15. We're gonna add 1. This is now gonna trigger it so that current digit length is 16. Previous digit length is still null. Are we not updating previous digit length anyway? I am. This.setState previous digit length to this.state.digit length. Where am I updating digit length? This dot set state digit length is this dot state dot value the toString length. So I am updating it. So then how is it possible that previous digit length is null if current digit length is 16? How? It gets through here clearly. And then right at the end of all of this, still part of the same if statement, right at the end I do set state previous digit length is this dot state dot digit length. Does the code get to that line of updating? Yeah, I was about to think that now. Can't assume that, right? Should have said updated style. After updated style. Do we see updated style? We do, we see updated style. Then it's supposed to do this dot set state. What else do you guys want me to check? It does get down here. Do you want me to do a log for that state? No, it shouldn't be tricky at all. It's like there's no if else. These are just nested inside. And it does get here. You know what? There. Don't know if it gets there and what the value is at the end. That state is async. Oh. That's probably what's messing me up, isn't it? I don't understand that yet. Maybe one day I will. Well, we all know now. Okay. 999 plus 1. There's previous digit length is 16. There. 16 now. Okay. So we're on 33. I should minus 1. And I'm going to go back to 34. Great. Change the font to default. Great. Good stuff. And then I go plus 1. And it should have shrunk. But it didn't shrink. And here's where the issue is. Previous digit length, we can clearly see it's 16, right? Oh, because it gets the digit length of 16 again. Okay. Veroni, I see what the issue is. Previous digit length was 16. When we get back to this number, it's 16 again. My check is basically as long as the digit length is not the same as the previous digit length, because I'm going back and forth. How can we solve this? The previous issue was if I didn't have this check, every time it ran, it would shrink the font size by 1, regardless. So I needed to add a check that so long as it's not the same as the last state change, we do nothing. Now the problem with this is going from that number to this number is that the previous time we were on this number already. Then we went down to 15 and now we came back to 16 digits, and it's like, well, you're already on 16 digits, so... And the thing is, we reset the font size to default. It was on 33 because it was 16 digits, then we went down to 15 digits, it put the font size to 34, and then we try to come back to 16 digits, and instead of bringing the font size to 33, it just left it, because it's like, well, you're already on this before. Does that make sense? Oh, trust me, I'd love to use React Dev Tools, but because CodePen uses React, I literally can't see whatever the fuck's going on here. I can't see the props, I can't see anything, because it's mixed with all the other things. It's probably somewhere here if I like open up these weird things. See what I mean? Oh, and I can't even zoom in for you. Yeah. I mean, if I wasn't using CodePen, it's amazing. Anyway, Veroni, what do you think a solution is? We go down from 16 digits to 15 digits. It sets the font back to default, which is great. Now we come back to 16 digits. It's not going to scale the font anymore, because it's like, well, you were previously on 16 digits. Oh, I could reset it. I could reset it. When we reset to default, I could reset it. That's a solution. When we set the default font size, we wipe the state value. So set state. This, what was it? Previous digit length. We set it back to null. That's what it starts out as. Null. And then it gets in here. And it's like, as long as digit length is not equal to previous digit length, then we can do it. This is it. I know. Yeah, this is what happens when you don't understand things, but you try to the best of your abilities. And this is the best of my abilities right now. But I think this should solve the problem. Because then we're on 34, right? Font size 34. Good. Go plus 1. Okay. We should go to 33. Okay. Good. Because now we went up 1 digit. Okay. Now we go minus 1 to go back to hopefully 34. We're on 34. Great. We're on 15 digits. Set it to default. Now if I go plus 1, we hopefully will go to 33. Yes! I did it! 33. Because we wiped the previous default digit length. And now let's do it again in succession. We're on 34, go minus again. We're on 34, plus 2, we're on 33, times 10, we're on 31. I know there's a bug here. This was the second bug I needed to fix. That's on 32. And then minus 1 should set it to 34 at least. Then plus 1 should set it to 33. Amazing. I have no idea what you did, but hooray. Hey, that's me right now. Trust me. My brain is just working by itself. It's just like, do this, do that. Oh, it worked. Sweet. Okay. Now I need you. Because I don't know how I'm going to do this without you. Because I literally can't think right now. Let me put a marshmallow in my mouth. Maybe that'll help me think. Marshmallow. Sugar. Okay. Veroni. Here's our problem. Let's start from scratch. 15 digits, okay? Plus 1, 16 digits, right? 16 digits, okay? Font size is 33. Great. Now, I'm gonna go times 10, Kaioken, to take Goku from level 16 to level 17. Okay? We're on level 17 now. 17 digits. Our font size is 31. Previously, it was 33. If I divide by 10, going from 17 to 16, I should go back to 33, right? No, I go to 32. Why? Why? So we only have literally 2 lines that change things. And it's this. If the digit length is greater than the previous digit length, the font size will be whatever the font size was at that time, minus digit length, minus 15, times 1. And I've explained this before. It's basically whatever the digit length is. So at that time where it messed up, it was 17, right? So let's see at the moment where it breaks. Start from over so that I can write it down. I'll tell you why times 1 now. So we go plus 1, everything's working great. Okay? Everything's perfect. I go times 10. Great. From 17, we're on 17 now. If I divide it by 10, we're on 17 digits. So here's the line that does the division, or does the increasing. This should bring it back. The math here is previous digit length, which is 17. So 17 minus digit length. The digit length is going to be 16, right? Because I'm going to go divided by 10, and I'm going to compare, and my digit length is going to be 16 when I get in there. So it's 17 minus 16 times 1. So this is essentially, we can agree it's 1, right? 17 minus 16 is 1. 1 times 1 equal to 1. And the font size previously was 31. It was 31 plus 1 gives us 32 pixels. That's what it comes to, right? Because when we check the thingy, it's 32 instead of 33. Now my issue is, maybe there's a bug in my code. Okay, fine. There's that math. Now we're going to go the other way, which is over here. 16 digits gives us 34. That's fine. We're going to go times 10. And we go from 16 to 17. Our font size is now 31. Now what's the math for this? Again, 16 digit length, which is 17, right? 17 minus 15 think I already see an issue, which is 2. So 2 times 1 equal to 2. And then the font size previously was 34. So 34 minus 2. Wait, it should be 32. How did we get to 31? 34 minus 2 would have been 32 pixels. Font size. Font size at that time. Font size was 33. Oh, 34 is default. Sorry. My bad. It was 33. It was never 34. We went down 1. So it was 34. 33 minus 2 is 31. Fine. That's correct. But then why does this come back to 32 when it should come back to 33? There's a 2 different. The default length is 15. We got down to 17. Should this be 15? Is that why? That should always be 15 as well. I don't know. I changed it before to... Yeah. Sorry, yeah, I know the math was wrong. I think the issue is here, Verani. When I'm restoring the size, I compare this.state previous digit length minus this.state digit length. And it should probably be the same, shouldn't it? Digit length minus 15. Because if you're on 17... Oh, but there was something wrong when you're shrinking. It's a bit different. I think it needs to be previous digit length, but then minus 15, not digit length. I think that is what's breaking it. Let's see if I'm right. All we care about is it should go back to 33. That is the correct value. So 9 plus 1 gives us 33, right? Times 10 give us 31. Okay. Divided by 10 should bring us back to 33. Yes! Minus 1 should bring us back to 34. Plus 1 should bring us back to 33. Times 10 should give us 31. Divided by 10 should give us 33. Fixed it. Irani did it. Maganov. Everyone watching. They actually did. Now, keep shrinking. 28 should stop at some point. 24. I think it stopped. If we keep going at this point with the digit length, it's just... Oh, and it brings it back to 34! Yes! And divided by 10? Oh, no! Okay. So once it was at that digit... I think it was the previous digit length that messed it up or something. Now it's big again. I think it was previous digit length. Yeah, I was trying to look at previous digit length, and because previous digit length was null. And we wipe previous digit length when we reset the font size. That's the only downside. So close. Reset the font size, and then it didn't know what the previous digit length was. So what can we use if we don't know what the previous digit length is? Because we wipe it. We have to wipe it. That's what fixed that one bug. Can't rely on this anymore because this gets wiped. Remember what happened? It reset the font size, but then it wipes previous digit length. And then null minus 15, obviously. Wait. But we need to... I think I know what the issue is. If I hit +1 now, it's gonna fix it. No, it doesn't. Can't even do anything right now. How my calculator's broken? How's that possible? It's like literally broken. It won't do anything. I can't do +5. How's that possible? What the? Literally not working anymore. Why? What's responsible for handling? Equals. This equals. If this dot state dot operation and this dot state dot value not equal to null, value is definitely not null. This dot state dot operation, so whatever, add the previous value plus the current value. Previous value is null. Why is it not putting this value into previous value? When I go plus, there, it's in previous value. Plus 1 equal to... The fuck? Why are you not doing it? So add. All add does is take previous value plus the value. Current value, previous value. Why is it not working? Can it not work? Oh. Is this the limit in JavaScript? The integer 237, whatever that massive long number is. Refresh it. What do you mean refresh it? No, I think it's hit the limit. I can't calculate past this point because we somehow got past that limit. Or something, I don't know. What do you think? What do you want me to refresh? Working, you see? So once we get to that large number, 99999 plus 1, this is where it breaks, times 10, we keep timesing by 10 until we get to that e, the exponent, okay? One more time, Okay, we get here. 1e21. Then I go divided by 10. And I hit equals. Now we get a super long number, right? Then I go plus 1. Does nothing. Literally nothing. The fuck? JavaScript? Where's the issue? How does that work? Times 10 it? Yeah, I'm sure it'll work then. It's almost like that number is too insignificant. It's like, pff, please, you want me to add 1? I don't know, right? I don't think it's a big deal. Maybe it is, I don't know. But the issue that we have is still, when we reset the font size to default, it wipes previous digit length. And we use previous digit length. Well, actually no, it's supposed to be this.state.digit length. And that's this.state.value toString.length. If that number is greater than that, it's going to shrink it, but it's not shrink yet anymore. Max number in JS? Oh, is that why? We went past that number, didn't we? I think that's why, dude. That looks bigger. How many digits is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16. It's 16 digits. That's why. We went to like freaking 20 something. Right. Bitwise. Yeah. That's at 2 trillion, was it? Or 2, that's 2 billion. 147,483,647, yeah. That I'm familiar with. N32, that's that limit. I know it all too well. For where you want to be able to add or minus single digits. How do calculators handle it? But you're not going to learn if you just skip all the problems. It's a good thing to learn. You never know when it comes in handy. No, but I'm learning skills that I never would have learned. Okay, so how do we solve this one? Because this is the only thing I want to solve before I style it and get done. This is the only thing bothering me right now. You know when we hit that limit? You know when we hit that limit, right? One more. Here. No, wait, one more. Right, it sets it to default. Because the digit length shrunk now, right? But now when it sets it to default, it also wipes the previous digit length. So if I divide by 10 now, It doesn't see the digit length anymore. The digit length is currently 21. And the code here is supposed to be, as long as state's value is not null, and it's not null, and the digit length is greater than 15. Oh, and it's less than 21. Oh, less than 20. Oh, I see the problem. I see the problem. Found the problem. I don't want it to shrink numbers once it gets to 20 digits, but the problem is if the digits are already above 20, it needs to shrink them. You know what I mean? So I want to keep shrinking digits up to a certain point, certain amount of length, which I've done here. So long as the digit length is less than 20, we can shrink. Problem is, what if the digit length somehow is already more than that? Oh, never mind. That's what we said we had this for, right? That's why we had the scroller. Right? I think that's why we said we added the scroller. It's just the font size is big now, obviously. Seems weird because it goes to such a small amount. What the fuck? Now it's not even working anymore. Not shrinking the font. Digit length 14. Yeah, 14. Digit length 16, but now it's not shrinking the font. What? It's almost like once we hit that max value, the entire thing just breaks, Verani. Why? What's break it? Digit length is 16. Do you see that? All that we need to get in here is digit length must be greater than 15, less than 20, which it is, and the digit length should not equal the previous digit length. Oh. 16. Current digit length is 17, previous is... Oh, I shrunk the font size. But I only did it by 1, when it should do it by 2. How did I get to 37? Oh, it's rising again. We have to make sure, oh, it's not past the max. Okay, I got it now. You can make it larger. As long as font size is less than the this.state.default font size. There we go. So what was the test again? We went to like the max, timesed it by 10, kept timesing it by 10. And then dividing it by 10. There we go. Oh, it was also plus 1 times 10. Divided by 10. Okay, that's fine. As long as it doesn't get bigger. 34, good. It's only going to start affecting it once the digits get to 20. Now. It's 30. It should have gotten way smaller at that point. So it's not shrinking enough, and that's because previous digit length How did I get to 34? I grew the font size. Why the hell did you grow it? Why did you grow it? Why are you growing the font size? Supposed to shrink it. Now it's what the fuck? The digit length 17 is greater than the previous digit length. Oh, because we're coming down. We need an OR. It's either or, right? This dot state dot previous digit length is greater than this dot state dot. Is there a better way of doing this? Because initially, when you're starting up, the digit length will be, let's say, 16 is greater than previous of 0. Or, if you're coming down, let's say you started on 22, but your current digit length is only like 21 because you moved one down. This will catch that. And then the font size should be the digit length, whatever it is now, minus 15 times 1. Let's try that. Woo! Please work. Oh. 9 plus 1 times 10. 10. 10. Times 10. Okay. Divided by 10. 21 digits of length. Divided by 10. 20 digits. It should start kicking in at 19. So one more. It's 30 now. Can there be one more? I'm 27 now. Yeah, we have some issue here. There must be a dynamic way to calculate it. If we know that the font size is going to be 34, default font size 34 pixels, and every extra digit past 15 equal to 1 pixel decrease. Up until 19 digits equal to 1 pixel decrease. Smallest font size would then be 4 pixels less, right? Wouldn't that make it 30 pixels, being the smallest? If it's greater than 15, so 16, 17, 18, 19, that's 4. So whatever the font size is at that time, So if it's 34 minus 1, but what if we're on 34? You know, I think there should be default font size, to be honest. That may be the issue. It should be this.state.default font size minus how far you've gone. And default font size plus this.state the previous digital length, as long as the font size is less than the default font size, we can grow it. Okay, let's try this now. Oops, not in the CSS. That would be bad. Okay. Shrunk the font size. Now 33 times 10 is 32. Divided by 10, 33. Divided by 10 again, 34. Okay, let's keep going. So far so good. Okay, here it breaks. The reason it breaks is because digit length now 19. It's gonna keep breaking. Till we get here. Divided by 10. Divided by 10. Let's see if it normalizes. 34. Divided by 10. Now it's 30. 31. That was weird. 32. Yeah, it seems to be fine again. 33. 34. Hey! So we solved that problem! I think we've literally done it all. Now we might not need this less than 20, to be honest. Let's just do some tests, but I don't think we'll need it. Let's just obviously see how small it gets, but it should just decrease about 1 pixel for every digit. So 99999 plus 1 will give us 33 times 10 will give us 32 times 10 will give us 31 times 10 will give us 30, which is not enough. It's growing a bit too much. 29. 28, it starts to normalize. Might need to shrink by more. Luckily, we literally just change a single number, which is here. And we have to obviously grow by the same amount. I had this before, it didn't look good, but we can try. But it's obviously not fitting, so either that or cap it. So 999999999. Let us get that. Oops. There. Plus 1 vector. It's on 32 now. Times 10. Still looks okay. Looks good. Still looks good. Still looks good. Yeah, it looks good. And then it goes back to 1E21. Now on 32. 22. On 22. Just want to see if it will get like ridiculously short. Okay. So we got our first little bug that I see here on the decimal, which is you can keep adding decimals. We need to make sure the entire one doesn't have a decimal. Let's fix that bug. I have one called decimal. Oops. Decimal there. So if it doesn't end with, then we add one. But it also shouldn't contain. Instead of ends with, what if we just do contain? Why didn't I have contain before? There must be a reason for that. What if we just do contains? There's a contains, right? Includes. Instead of includes, we should, in ends with, we should have just done includes. Don't know why I didn't do that. Because then that should solve that bug. Hopefully. Then I shouldn't be able to put in a value. So put in a number, put in a decimal. Can't put in a decimal. Cool. That works. I wonder what it's going to be like for ants, you know, when we shrink it down. Oh dear. Okay, so we solved that problem. That was very important. Wasn't there another problem that we had though? Like really large numbers. Oh, we can't add zeros. For some reason we can't add zeros. I don't know why, but we can't add zeros. That's another bug. Like literally we can't add a zero. Plus 500, that's fine. But if we add plus 0.85, we can't add a zero there. 0 point. So after the decimal. I don't know why. Why can't we add a zero? Should be able to. Is it even registering my button presses? It is. Button press 0. Supposed to literally oh, it's passing it as a float. That's the problem. But wait. Pass float 0 should still be 0, no? Be 0. So why is it not adding it? This.state.value, whatever state is, 0.85. Oh. So 0.85 as a string plus 0. To string plus 0.85 to string plus 0. What does that give us? Gives us 0.850. Yeah, exactly. But then I still need to pass float it. What does that give us? 0.85! It's stripping the extra. If it wasn't a 0, what if it was a 1? Oh. So we find the issue. Pass float is stripping the... Let's do some Googling. Oh no, don't tell me I have to make an entire massive function. Seriously? To a number. To fixed won't help because we don't know how many places we need. Maybe two fixed will help though. It's 0.85. That's the problem, we don't know how many we need. Because you can't add a 0. Oh man. Could convert it, just leave it as a string. And not pass float it. Could just do that. And then I think something else already converts it to a number afterwards. See what that does. 0.850. Oh, now it's a string. So anytime we hit one of the operators, we need to convert it. Yeah, it's one. Okay, even the calculator does it like that. So whenever we hit one of the operators, we should convert the number this dot set state it is value. Yeah. To pass float this dot state dot value. There we go. And then it should work like a normal calculator, where when you, because then you should be able to enter 0.850, and then when you try to enter something, it will strip the extra. Whoops. When I hit 0, it becomes not a number. Wait, why? So before I check that, let me just see if what we added fixes. But it's always not a number. Whenever we hit any... When we hit any digit, it becomes not a number. What? Oh, we can't get away with this. Ah. So it's going to take whatever the value is. If state is null, which it is when you first start, state is null. So if I hit 5, why does it become not a number 5? Oh, because state is not a number. No, wait, what? If this dot state dot value is null, it should set value to number. Current value is not a number. Is that possible? How is current value not a number? You can't tell me this is what broke it. That can't be the case. Then the logic is messed up. Yeah, it's not. We get not a number. This.state.value to string. I think I found the problem. Right in the beginning of math operations, I'm trying to pass float this.state.value. But you can't. So I have to do if this.state.value not equal to null. Then you can do that. Forgot because I tried to call it afterwards, but I forgot about the initial state. That should solve it now. 5 plus 10, everything should work as it did before. What was I even trying to do? If I did 0.5, oh, it removes the point. So 0.5. Not the math operation that's doing that. What is doing that though? Wait, so the issue is 0.5. What do I do? I go 0 point. Gives you 0.5. Okay, there's another bit of logic. If you add any number and the previous number was 0, then replace it. So we should do if it's 0, if it's already 0, and this dot state dot value, and we should set the state. Else things that you don't think of when you bought a calculator, huh? 5. Should have updated it, but oh, update display. Wait, it should have updated the display. It should make no difference. Yeah, so I shouldn't need this update display. It already calls it. Why wasn't it working without it? And the previous value is null. display value will still be 0, regardless if something else that we called in. If both this.theta value is null and this.theta previous value is null, if both of them are null, but both of them won't be null. Both of them are null now. I hit 0. I hit 5. Logs 5. But it doesn't display it. Why? So strange. Add this in the for each. I don't need this check. Just need this.theta value. It's not the. Oh, of course. That's why I had that like that. Not if it's an actual number. had that like that. Who would have known calculate together would be that complicated? Small things, not the actual calculations. We got that like done in like 2 minutes. That disappears too. One day I'll come back and refactor this. Cool, so if you try to do 0, 1, it'll just do 1. 5, 2, there's the only problem now. 0 point, you add a 2 issue. I know why. Just checking if parseInt. Zero, 2. The 0.2 parseInt. The 0.2. If we parse float, it'll be 0.2, okay. And solve our problem. It's figuring where I think it's. I'm gonna do 0.2, but then it goes 0.2. Or did it go 2? I can't remember now. Something. 0.2 gives us just 2. Okay, yeah, got here. Why? This dot set state. Oh, it sets a value as the number. Only if it's exactly 0. How is it any different from the one at the bottom? If I do toString, it's supposed to be if it's exactly 0. But how is 0.2 equal to 0? It's false. This.state.value equals not 0. 0 point. I think it sees the point. I think that's what the issue is. 0 point. 0 point is also not 0. Get if it was loose probably would be true. But strict, it's not. 0 point is not 0. Actually, what value are we being shown now? The display value or states value? Let's find out. The state value is 0. Oh. Got it now. Got it. Need to be swapped around. That's why. Because the first time we enter something, then we're actually storing it as a value. Prior to that, we're not. 0 point stored as the same. Oh, where do we add decimal? There. Update display. That's how we're adding them. It's null, it's not null, so it's not here. We're not getting here. We are getting into got here, which it thinks state's value is 0. Oh. I should pass int this.state.value. Why do we want it exactly 0 again? Point. Point is still going to be 0. Damn it! The only thing we could do is toString this is the string we have, right? 0 point. Put a 0 is false. So what is it getting it as? State value? Wait, what is the value? The state value is 0. How? So I go 0 point state value is 0. Like it's not even seeing what it is. Oh, maybe what we're supposed to do is take should do. I want to make sure we see it as a string first. It always sees it as 0, no matter what. 0 point. State value is 0. 5 point. It's 52. Why?
This world has room for everyone. Good Earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful.
something. We should compare this .state.value plus number to string, then wrap that as a parse float rather. Parse float this.state.value to string plus number to string. If both of those equal 0, and then it shouldn't be. Zero or 0.5 if I want it as a parse float. Zero 0.5. Point is 0.5. I hate you. Okay, so it's somewhere else now. That's good, we solved the one issue. Not getting in here. Yeah, cool. And I think this needs to be a parse float, like it used to be. Fractions working. Forget where we keep going through all these loops. Oh man! I think it's this one. Ah, no, right here. what it does is browser. It's doing this.state.value, which is .0 plus number to string. Should be 5. Gives us 0.5. So why are we getting 5? 0.5 gives you 5.
Willie90X is following the family.
Hey Willie! So much for the follow, I really appreciate that. State dispute. Not that, that's for sure. It's not this statement at all. Safely skip that. If this.state.value is null, it's not. Can't be that else. Oh, else this.setState display value. Oh no, that's the display value. Setting the display value to this.state.value. Yeah, if this triggers, then we'll know. There. 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 Triggered. Ah! How did it get there now? That's a problem. This is only supposed to be for every calculator function. Is a decimal a calculator function? It's only clear in backspace. Decimal is not part of it. What? For each function, if the event... Oh, that's for a math operation. Is it a math operation? It's not. Not a decimal. And how does that work? If this.state.value is not equal to null, that's the issue. That's how it gets triggered. Okay. Getting there. So 0. Add a decimal. The moment you click a decimal, it gets triggered. And we did add something for that. I think it was equals or something. Regardless, we found the issue. So that's the issue, because it's going to pass it as a string. And then, yeah, so here's the problem. See here. If we pass float 0 dot, it's 0. That's our problem. Okay, now I gotta figure out why I had this and what problem this solves. Because that is breaking we have currently. Okay, so first basic maths. 25 plus 5, 30, that works. 0, 2 gives us 2, brilliant. 0.5 times 2, oh, it's working now. I think it was just literally that thing. Divided by 6, there we go. There you go. Seems to be working. 0.56552. Can't add another decimal, that's great. I see the issue that we had. I think that's what we're trying to do. Can't add a 0 anywhere else. For some reason. That is 0.10 will not let you place at 0. Not that it's really an issue, is it? Reason for that is the moment you hit a 0, button pressed 0. Now we are here. Button pressed 0. Where we got into. So it's going to take whatever the value is as a string plus the number to a string and pass it as a float. So we take 0.1255 plus 0. What do we get? We get 0.1255 without the 0. There's our problem. And my solution was, hey, what if I don't pass this as a float? What if I just leave this as a string? What I initially was going to do. And then you got state, which is 0.5 plus 2. But that doesn't work in the intended way. So after you're done with adding all your numbers, we needed to convert that. That was what I remember, yes. Then in a math operation, you were going to pass it. But why would it get triggered if you went 0 point? This was supposed to be undone. So the decimal triggered it. Anything actually triggered it. Oh, as long as the state is not null. Wait, is this issue only when... It's only if it ends. Okay. So what if we do, if it's not null, and this dot state dot value ends with and not this dot state dot value ends with. So as long as it doesn't end, we're obviously still busy. Not ends with? Yes. Oh, don't I have to two-string it? Perfect. Okay, so that works. I think that was the issue. What was... we needed to add... oh, we needed to add zeros. We just can't add multiple zeros. Still. We can add a zero now, we just can't add multiple of them. Getting somewhere at least. Does it contains? Includes. If it includes, we can't pass float. We need to find another way around that to update it, basically. This should now allow us to add as many zeros as we want. But the problem is the value... there you go. Okay, so it needs to be 0.25000, whatever the moment you hit a math operator. These are math operations, so that's the problem. Maybe instead of this dot state dot operation equal to null. As long as it's not equal to null, then we can pass it. Because the first time we do it, there's going to be no math operation until afterwards. Let's see. Um, the 0.25 didn't trigger because there's no operation. But now that there is an operation, it keeps getting triggered. Okay. What if I have a new state called processing? Set it to false. And when we do equals, we set calculating to false again. And then once a handle click is registered, we update state. Calculating to true. And the only time calculating gets disabled is, when we're done. Okay, let's see how that goes. Calculating true. Oh, that's because, yeah, wait, where's AC? Where's clear? Calculating false. Hopefully this solves this problem and Okay, so calculating is false. You enter a number, will be true. 0 plus 5 equal to 5. Calculating false. Perfect. Perfect. So now that we have that state, with this one, we can check this dot state dot calculating, and we make sure and not. So once it's done calculating, then you can pass it. You know what I just realized? Why can't I just pass it into the equals function? Here. Why wasn't I thinking of that? Because then when we hit equals, we will this dot set state value pass float this dot state dot value, whatever it is, and then do the calculation based on that. I should do it for both just to be safe, shouldn't I? Value and previous value. There we go. Because then that way, no matter what, we're always safe. So that means that we won't need that state that we just created. I literally won't need this if statement. At least it helped us figure out something else. Okay, so equals should never happen until we hit equals. There's 0.25 plus 0.33 equals 0.58. Interesting. That's 0.3 plus 0.33. Bit weird. 0.3 plus 0.33 is equal to 0.63. Why am I getting 0.58? Zero 0.25 plus 0.25 is 0.5. Ah, JavaScript's favorite number. That it isn't perfect. I'm just confused. Why was 0.3 plus 0.33? Wait, then what did I calculate before? There was something weird. That weird ass number. It looked like it was 0.3. Oh, it was 0.25 plus 0.33. 0.25 plus 0.33. 0.25 plus 0.33. No, it is. It's correct. Interesting how they only show 2 places, but we get like the super long. I don't know if bug or feature plus. I could do 2 fix 2. Maybe we should do that. set value to this dot state dot value dot toFixed 2. There, that should solve that issue that we had. Then we can have 0.25 plus 0.33 equals 0.58. Perfect. 0.2569. What if it's like super extra digits? 0.62. Just want to make sure that's correct. 0.36524 plus 0.25698 equal to 0.62222 though. Okay, so if I don't do it this way, so if I don't toFix it, what was the issue again? It was just long. Is it long for non-fraction numbers though? If it's not, then I can deal with that. 10 plus 5 is 15. 0.25 plus 0.14 is 0.39. What was the issue then? Was that number? Oh right, yeah, with the precision. No, then it's just precise. Screw it. It's just precise. Precise as fuck. 0.2 plus 0.3 is 0.5, yeah. Unless it's a fraction. Okay, nah, I like that. Glad I'm not using the calculating one, but I mean, it's fine. What other issues were there? Now I can add as many zeros as I want. Oh. It was when I do 0.2, any extras, it should just trim the extra zeros. When I hit the operator. When I hit a math operator. But why didn't that work? Oh, I didn't add it in this if though. Liam, hey, how's it going? Okay, I think I solved the issue. we didn't have this as part of the ID as a function. It was just doing it for every single one. So if this dot state dot value is not known, this dot state, and it's not calculating, well, we don't need the calculation actually. Then we can pass it as a float. Imagine this whole time. English? Yeah. Okay, so let's see what happens now. If I do 0.5 plus 0.25, we get 0.75. Perfect. If I do 0.2500000 plus... Oh, it's actually doing it! Oh, wow! We should probably update the display as well. Look at us. We actually did it. What am I coding? Calculator. Just trying to get, you know, all the things that calculators do working. There were a few bugs here and there, but I think I'm happy with it now. The last bit was adding fraction support, which seems to be working. The 0.25, it stores it there as a string. The moment I hit an operator, I'm going to convert it to a float. 0.15 equal to 0.1. That's correct. Wow. Okay, now the extra thing was the extra zeros. So if I go 0.258000000, when I hit the plus, it should remove the extra zeros. Yes! Oh, that's so exciting! 0.124000000. So all those extra zeros should go, and we get a 0.382. Perfect. 0.258 divided by 62. Okay. Do we still have large number support with automatic font scaling? Seems like we do. Yep. Yep. All the way till that divided by 10, divided by 10, divided by 10. Does it go all the way back to 34? Does. That is perfect. Wow. I'm happy. What else do I normally check? Oh, let's see if I can remove backspace. Yes, I can. What if I do fractions with the backspace? Oh, okay. Here's something interesting now. Okay. This is interesting. 0.1587. It will just completely remove it. What if I do... Oh, wait, that was weird. 255 point whatever. Now if I want a backspace, it removes everything. Interesting. It removes everything. Ah. I don't think a calculator works like that. No, it does a 1 by 1. Okay, so our backspace needs a bit of working on. Why? What does it do? If it's not null, and if the string length is greater than 1, oh, it's passing it as an integer. Then this dot state dot value to string slice from the first index till the length minus 1. Alexio-san, how's it going? Oh, we're passing it as an integer. I just realized now that's incorrect. It should be a float because an integer will wipe any remnants away. This should solve that problem. So now if I go 0 point whatever fraction and I backspace, there we go, we can do a 1 by 1. Perfect. If I do 5 point whatever, can I go back to the 5? I can. Great stuff. There was a weird issue when I had a 0 though. I want to see if it's still an issue. Yeah, there it is. Okay, why? Why is that? When does that trigger? On the last bit. Then it goes 0, 5, which is incorrect, obviously. Actually, hold on. Oh yeah, it is incorrect. It only does it there. So it must be a backspace issue. So otherwise, set the display to 0. Oh, if the length is greater than 1, and it's not going to be greater than 1. So now the length is 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2. Why does it wipe the comma as well? I mean the decimal. Oh, because 0 point. That makes sense. Because, yeah. If we do pass float 0 point, it ends up being 0. Okay, what if we don't pass it? What if we just leave it like that? We just set the value. Like that. That should work. The only problem now is after it's done. Let's see if that introduces any bugs. It should be fine, theoretically, we'll see. Am I talking to myself? I am documenting what I'm doing. I guess you could kind of say that. I'm describing what I'm doing for those that might be curious and are trying to understand just exactly what I'm doing. Because imagine I didn't say anything. Okay, so we're going back. Perfect. Okay, that worked. But now the issue is we still have that bug. If I go back to the decimal, can I continue with the decimal? Can I add to the decimal? I can, and it sees as a number. Perfect. I start with 0 and then I hit 8, we get 08, which is a problem. That shouldn't be the case. So I think that's more of a bug that we didn't solve initially, and now we're seeing it with the decimals because more prominent. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm talking to you as well, Liam. On YouTube. The Twitch people can't see the YouTube people and vice versa. Well, yeah, you'll actually be able to see them on the little chat pop-up on the left side. Just haven't got the YouTube one working for it. Okay, so how do we fix this? If you start with 1 or 2, that's fine, that's not an issue because state was blank to begin with. But if you hit 0, there's 0 inside of it. So if you start with 0, whatever decimal that you want to add should replace it, not add to it. So we got to add that logic in. I thought I had this somewhere. I thought it was this. If it's a number, let's figure out this logic. So it's trying to pass state. So it would have been 0. The 0 already exists. So it's going to be 0, toString plus, we entered 5. So 5 as a string, toString, does it equal 0? It doesn't. Okay. I thought so. So we got to rework this. All we need to do is literally just check if state is 0. That's all. So, and this dot state value equal to 0. If it does equal to 0, then we're literally just going to replace whatever number was there with the new number, because we don't care about 0 if, you know, you're trying to add a number onto it. Hopefully that works. So if we start with 0, state is there. If I hit 5, we get 5 instead. Perfect. Perfect. That seems to be working fine now. If I go back here... Okay, there's the problem I thought. It didn't update states value as a float. So the next time that we wanna... It's a tough one now. So close. Because it's a string. Oh, okay, okay, I got it. We can coerce it into a string. Because if I'm not mistaken, this should be false. This should be false, right? Yeah, because a string is not a number. But if we coerce it into a number and we say pass int this dot state dot value equal to 0, then we'll have the same functionality as before, including the fix for backspacing. We can go 0. Oh, but now I broke something else. Okay, so we can start with 0 and we'll replace any number like before. But now if we go 0.5, it breaks it, because 0 point as a number is 0. Ah, but you know where we can add this check? In oh god, no, that won't work either. It's supposed to be if it starts with a 0. Oh, and if it doesn't contain a... what you call it? A decimal. So else if %int is a number and the value is 0 and this dot state dot value dot toString dot includes a decimal, and that's and not. So as long as it doesn't include a decimal, then we can continue. And the amount of fixes that I have to keep adding to this thing, it's crazy. You reload, please. Thank you. Okay, so 0.52 plus 0.12. That still works as a decimal. Great. If I start with any blank number, it works. Great. If I start with 0 and I add another number, it replaces it. Great. And if I try to backspace with decimals, yes! Oh, it works.
happy sigh.
I can add as many zeros. Oh, what? What? Is that a bug? 0.000001. Why does it do that? 0.01? 0.001? 0.0001? 0.00001. 4 zeros? No? 0.1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ones? 6 ones? Yeah. Why does that produce -7 exponent? So 1e -7? Okay, that's weird. Apparently a bug with toString. Can we do this before we get to toString though? That's the question. And that is in equals. Wait, it's not in equals, right? It's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's when we hit the plus. Okay. So that means it's a math operation. And that's this, pass float. This.state.value. So this as a float gives 1e -7. Let's see. Yeah, it does. What? Why? So it's not just that. Okay, there's something else going on here. This is so weird. Oh, apparently it's not really a bug, that's just how it works. Apparently accurate? Let's see what Windows Calculator does. Okay. Just trying to think if there are any bugs now, but I don't think there are. I think it's working as it should. Yeah, it seems to be working fine. Okay, I think we are literally done with this now. Yeah, it's working. And what else was there? There was something else. I'm trying to think now. Oh yeah, if we have 0.25 plus 0.12, but like many trailing zeros. Perfect. It gets rid of them like it should. Oh, wonderful. I think our calculator functionally is complete. Now all we would have to do is add detection for key presses. But I think I'm going to leave that for the next episode when I finish styling this thing up. I think every single bug has been resolved now. Literally. Along with the fact that we have dynamic font scaling now. This is amazing. We've solved everything. Decimals work. Negatives work. Yeah, working. Finally, it feels good, man. So now all I have to do is go through my breakpoints. 900 was the other one. And we have to get the max 9s in there. Then we have to figure out what that is. Is it 32? Yeah, I think it's 32. So for 900 it's 32. Let's go to our CSS file. And for 900, font size is 32. Then what about for 600? 600. Gonna be what, like something like 30? No. 29? Nope. 28? No. 27? Yeah. 27. So 27 for 600. And then 400 is the next one. Three, 23 seems to work. 23, perfect. And then the default font size, I believe, is 11. That's if we had something like 320 or something ridiculous. Default would be 11. Let's see if we can get away with something larger. Yeah, we can. 18. We get away with 19? No, we can't. 18 is the limit. There we are. Hit save. Great job. So now, let's reload this. And let's see how small it shrinks by. Because we do have it automatically shrink, and 18 is still okay. 13 is like the limit. So let's see. +1, so it's going to go from default 18, it went to 16 now. Times 10. It went to 14 times 10. Ooh, it's getting really small, huh? Okay, you know what? We need to introduce... Also, when we hit AC, all clear, why doesn't it reset the font size? That's a good point. We should actually do that. When we hit clear, if I had to do 1 now, there, it resets it, yeah. But that's not good enough, because AC can still be an issue. So if we hit the clear button, we need to set the font size for, what is it, default font size? Yeah. We need to calculate the default font size now. Well, no, we don't have to set the default font size. We need to, I mean, we need to set it, yes. Remind me. Wait. Do I do this anymore? Up here? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so... this. We don't have LCD, we don't have style, so I have to grab that. Style, and we might as well get that. There we go. So when we reset it, we'll reset our font size as well when we hit the all clear. Okay, so the font size is going to get exponentially smaller, but no problem. If we hit the AC, font size resets as well. Great stuff. Only thing now is we needed to set a limit of how small it can get before it's just ridiculous. I think like 14 is the lowest we can go, or like 13 max. Not smaller than 13. So that should be an easy check. Default font size, we're going to add another one called minimum font size, and we're going to set that to 13. And then we do, the reduction is this is for reducing the font size. So if and this dot state as long as it's greater than 14, I guess. long as the font size is greater than this dot state dot default font, no, minimum font size. Then it should never reduce past that point. So we should never get the small fonts that we can't read. We got an error. Oh, it's my bad. So used to semicolons. So we're 18 now. This should take us to 16. This should take us to 14. And now it shouldn't get bigger than this. No, it should get smaller, but it is getting smaller. And now it went to 24. What? If the font size is less than the default font size, then it should be this .state.default font size plus this .state.previous digit length minus 15 times 2. Actually, that can get crazy big, can't it? How did it grow so big though? By default it's not even that big, 24. By default it's 18. How did it grow? How did it do that? Oh man. Why did it go to 24 though? I'm just trying to... Digit length 19, previous digit length is 18. That's 1, 1 times 2, it should have grown to 14. Previous digit length, oh, it's previous digit length, which is 19. 18 minus 15, which is 3, which is 6 pixels. Default font size, which is 18. Oh, which is 24. That makes sense. Then it shouldn't technically ever go bigger than its default font size, should it? We need to add another check. If the font size is less than the default font size, oh, but it shouldn't grow it again after this, I assume. No, now it went to 8 because of... Oh. Oh my god. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. We need to add some calculations. Take the default font size, times it by 2. So this value, if this were to be greater than the default font size, as long as it's not, then we can do the following. There we go. And then for the growing, in another if, which is same as before. If this were to be smaller than the this.state.default font size, as long as it's not, then we shall do the following. Side of it. Yeah. And this should solve that issue then. Let's see if it does. Okay, set our inspector to that. 9 plus 1. Okay, font size is 16. Now it's 14. Now it's 12. Now it's 10. And just completely ignoring the requirements that we set for it. So the default font size for it is 18 minus digit length, which in this case is 19, right? So it's 19 minus 15. Which is 4, so it's 18 minus 4, which is 14, times 2. Wait, 18 is the default font size, so it's 18 minus... Oh, it shouldn't be less than. Because then it's 10. Is 10 less than? No, this should be greater than. Okay, check the vector. Is font size is 18 plus 1. Didn't change it now. I think I know why. Yeah, it's not changing at all. Let's try and figure it out. 9 plus 1. Didn't change anything. So it's 16. Is the length. Let's figure this out now. So the logic here is the default font size, which is 18, minus 16 minus 15, technically 1, times 2. Now how is this going to evaluate? Is it going to be 18 minus... Let's actually see. Should be 16. So this should be 16, right? Because 18 minus 1 times 2, which is 2, so 18 minus 2 is 16. So is 16 greater than 18? This is 16 greater than 18. We should remove the not. That should actually literally just be if this number is greater than the default font size, then we can reduce it. And this one should be if that is less than the default font size, then we can increase it. Today, please. Plus 1. $18 now. The font size is 18. Times 10. Times 10. Times 10. Because we set the default font size to be 18, didn't we? That's actually working fine, as it should. So it can't shrink past 18. Wait, but we didn't set it as 18, did we? We set it to 14, 13. Why isn't it shrinking? Digit length. Why isn't 18 minus 2? Isn't 16 greater than 18? 16 is greater than 13, sorry. Why do I keep saying 18? 16 is greater than 13. Oh, because I checked the default font size. Why am I checking the default font size? It should be minimum font size. Is this not set the default font size greater than the minimum font size? God. Let me try this again, please. Really appreciate it. So this should shrink now and should go no more. There, it's 16. Should go no let. It shouldn't go under 13. It's 14. Staying on 14. Perfect. It didn't drop. And will it grow now? 14. On 16. On 18. Great stuff. The issue is the current digit length is 19, but the previous digit length is 20. And for it to shrink, the rules for shrinking are the digit length is greater than the previous digit length, or the previous digit length is greater than the digit length. Should have gotten through. Then it should have been like oh, it's 19. It's 19 and the minimum, so 19 from 15, 16, 17, that's 4. 4 times 2 is 8. That's 18 minus 8. Oh, that's why I couldn't do it. It was the font size. Right. But eventually it will do it. There you go. Okay, so it's just because of the font size I couldn't do it. So I'd rather set it to the default font size. Otherwise it would be too small. Too small. Ah, wonderful. Next breakpoint at 600. Check that one out. I don't think this size is right. 18 pixels. Be 27. So we need to reset. Where do we set the default font size though? Oh, no way we set it. Yeah, and we only do it when the component did mount. To bring that to the clear part. Thankfully we're already doing something here. Just need to set the default state. The LCD. What I should add is calculating, way of calculating. Oh, what am I missing? Can't be that. The issue. Calculating. Ah, there we go. Okay, default font size, so we have to reset that based on the window. And some other things probably as well. Digit length and previous digit length we probably have to wipe as well. Previous digit length has to be null as well. Default font size. That we're calculating now. Yeah, that should be all. That should solve that bug that we just had, where we switched from 400. The font size is like 23. That's 19 now. A reset. Still on 19. Oh, that's bad. What am I missing? When we hit clear, right? Window.getComputedStyle. Oh. Okay, that's a computed style, that's why. Now I see what the issue is, because that's the style that it's currently at. Anyways, we don't want the computed style. We need supposed to be computed style, but not working as well. I apparently can do dot font size. Get computed style. LCD dot font size. Times 10. Then wipe it. Oh, so it should be document, not window. Just realize this document. Now it is window.getComputedStyle. Oh. So many changes. Okay, that didn't reset it though. It's 19, but not 27. Actually, I don't think we should set default font size, because if we do that, we'll update it as well. Because default font size is 27 now. Let me prove my point. Now the default font size is still 27. Yeah, default font size 27, font size is currently 23. If I hit AC, font size is now whatever it was. So we actually shouldn't be doing this. We should not be touching default font size. But what we should be doing is resetting the font size to the default font size. Yeah. That should work. Okay, so we can go 9 plus 1 plus 1 times 10 times 20. Okay, font size is now 23, and if I reset, actually no, 21, and if I reset, it should now go to 27. Perfect. Sweet. The next breakpoint was 900, if I remember correctly. This should still look fine. 1. Plus 1. Still looks good. Times 10. Times 10. Times Great. Good. See something. If I do, where's my opponent did mount? Yeah, we set the default font size. Yeah. I need to add an event listener. Key press down. What else would there be? We do key press. And remove event listener, key press. Let's see what happens now. If this will literally just work with key presses without me even doing anything. Nah. Why not though? I know it's a key that we have to check for. Actually, what's funny, is it key press? Now I'm like starting, it's... I'm gonna try key down, like I had before. I should be able to have multiple event handlers here. Try again. There you go. I think it's probably, it can't be on buttons. Has to be calculator. That's what I think the issue is. Calculator dot remove. Because I'm trying to do a key press on the button, you can't track that, I think. I have to add it to body, to be honest. What did I do for the drum machine? I did it on document. Yeah, there you go. It's now targeting the body. See how you get the key? Do I have to use character code? Must be another way. That's if I knew the character codes. Why can't I get 2 character code? Value of. From character code. No, that's not the same. Oh, that's a pity. So I'm gonna have to have an array. Of character codes. Unless we've got event. Apparently I could just go the event code. Can do event.code apparently. That's true. Yeah, digit 2, digit 3. Okay, so we've got that. And we know that we know what the event is. Can you do event.key? Let's see key. Event.key. Can you do that? My life will be so much easier then. Oh, you can. The event key 4. So just send that. Every time a key is pressed, we send 4. So event.key. It's literally just going to be this dot set state, if I'm not mistaken. Value to be event.key. What happens if we hit a comma though, or a decimal? And we have to update the display. Okay. Cool, it's working. Brackets. Can't even figure out what the issue here is. I gotta do this tomorrow. Do this tomorrow. Okay, so I'm going to do this tomorrow, because there's a lot that needs to be done. I rather want to do this when I have a clean, fresh start. I feel I'm going to mess something up, and the last thing I want to do now. Things working so nicely. So yeah, it's been almost an 8-hour stream. It feels good. Good old days, but I'm going to continue this tomorrow where we add support for key presses, which should be very simple because all the logic's there. We're just, converting it from key presses, from clicks to key presses. But yeah, that'll be something we check out tomorrow. Appreciate everyone that came through and all their support. Veroni, as always, with their support on the on everything, really. Really great to have someone that bounces off ideas and can help you when you really struggle. But yeah, catch you guys tomorrow. Bye for now.